Good morning. Welcome to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or watching us online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I am chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of this hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. I'll now welcome our first witnesses. Welcome and thank you so much for giving the time today to give evidence. If I could get each of you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, and I'll start with you, Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Philippa Scott and I am happy to swear the affirmation.
Please go ahead.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Ash.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kieran Ash. I'm a private citizen. I will be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would either of you like to commence with a short opening statement?
Yes. You first, Philippa.
Thank you, Kieran. I'm happy to make my statement first, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members of this committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. I appreciate the importance of this inquiry in ensuring transparency, integrity and value for money in the local small commitments allocation process. In 2023, I was the Labor candidate for the seat of Balmain in the New South Wales state election. I understand I've been asked to provide evidence today about election commitments made during that campaign, which I'm happy to do. Specifically, I want to provide a clear and factual account regarding a request for an election commitment to a local public school for solar panels. Given the public discussion that has taken place, the unfortunate politicisation of that commitment request and subsequent media reporting, I believe it is essential to put certain facts on the record. In February 2023, I held a public education forum as a candidate, where I discussed Labor's commitment to public education and invited local schools to attend. During that forum, a PNC president advised me about an unfunded solar project at their school, for which they had great ambition to reduce their power bills and emissions and improve the school's sustainability. They asked the Labor campaign for a commitment to this project. The PNC president then initiated a brief discussion with me after the forum, which was warm and positive and resulted in interest from the campaign about making that commitment. She offered her contact details to follow up, as well as an invitation to attend the PNC meeting the following week to discuss my commitment to the project with the PNC. I did not initiate this discussion or pressure them in any way. The request came directly from the PNC. I engaged in that conversation in good faith, just as candidates across all parties engage with community groups seeking support for their important local projects and make commitments to them. The current and former Greens members for Balmain have regularly made broad-ranging election promises in the millions or billions of dollars to my community, uncosted and largely never implemented. They regularly letterbox maps to my community, pinpointing their specific local funding commitments. I categorically refute any suggestion that the PNC was pressured into seeking or accepting a commitment from the Labor campaign. They asked me. At no point was there any suggestion that a photo or a speech would be quid pro quo or, quote, in exchange for this funding. That claim by the Greens member for Balmain is simply untrue, and I regret deeply that she has included this in her sworn evidence. The PNC meeting in question was already convened, and I was invited for the sole purpose of discussing the project itself. It was not arranged as a meet the candidate opportunity. It is clear that the mood around this commitment in the days after that invitation shifted significantly after external intervention. This change occurred after contact with the Greens campaign for Balmain, a fact which has been entered into evidence, and inquiries by the Sydney Morning Herald, who subsequently reported on the requested commitment. What had been an open and positive engagement with the PNC became sadly politically charged, seemingly influenced by factors beyond their initial request and discussion. This shift is worth noting in the context of this inquiry. It is my firm belief that communities should be able to engage with candidates transparently without undue political influence. My intention was, and remains, to ensure that local projects and good policy positions receive open support by those who seek to represent them. My overwhelming sentiment at this point is that I am sad and disappointed that the Greens campaign chose to interfere with and politicise a public school PNC in my community. As far as I'm aware, that school still does not have their solar panels, and the Greens have commenced an inquiry into whether this organisation and other organisations in my community, or in any of the other 93 seats across New South Wales, are worthy of support. And while many community groups took up the opportunity to accept a commitment from the new Labor government, this PNC did not. I've had no involvement in the administration of the post-election commitments, and I've had no contact with anyone in the New South Wales government on this topic. At this point, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ash.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. Thank you for the invitation to attend this morning, and thank you also for your courtesy in permitting me to appear at the earliest possible opportunity. I'm very happy to attend today to assist the committee with its inquiry into the local small commitments allocation. But really, what we're actually talking about is something quite uncontroversial: political parties making election commitments. It's something that all parties and candidates do at election time. They seek their community's views and make commitments to them that reflect those priorities. Whether it's for a $50 million sports facility in Holsworthy or a multi-billion-dollar light rail for Parramatta Road, commitments and promises are at the heart of every election campaign. They are an essential part of the democratic process. I'm Kieran Ash. I was the volunteer campaign manager for Labor's campaign in Balmain in 2023. Where I think I can assist the committee today is by providing information about the commitments process in Balmain in 2023. I would be pleased to provide the committee with actual facts about this process, in contrast to the testimony you've heard from the member for Balmain. I'm proud of the commitments we took to that election. They are now being delivered by the Minns Labor government, irrespective of the local result. I'm also proud of our local small commitments. They supported worthy projects for local community organisations. Groups like these are always crying out for more help from government, and I believe everyone running for office or in office should help them however they can. In 2023, the local Labor campaign made promises that reflected the Balmain electorate's priorities. Two key issues in Balmain at the last election were renewable energy and public education, and in turn, these issues were central to Labor's Balmain campaign. So, when a local public school PNC president, Zoe Gamble, approached the campaign at a public forum to discuss their project to put solar panels on a public school, we were eager to listen. And when they asked for funding support from a potential Labor government, we were, of course, happy to assess that request. It was a great cause, of course we wanted to fund it. And we were delighted to be invited by Ms Gamble to attend the PNC's next meeting to discuss the project and the commitment that they had asked for. When Ms Gamble asked for information about the program, I happily conveyed it to her in terms that she would likely be familiar with. She was so excited about the school PNC finally getting funding, she wanted to know how soon it could be made available. Our conversations were positive until the local Greens campaign intervened. It is a matter of public record that Ms Gamble was known to the now member for Balmain, and that this is not Ms Gamble's only link to senior Greens figures in the Inner West. It is also a matter of record that immediately after a conversation with the now member for Balmain and other local Greens, the PNC withdrew its request. And several days later, conversations between myself and Ms Gamble appeared in the Sydney Morning Herald. The aim of the article, among other things, was to paint a legitimate commitment in a poor light. I reject any suggestion that this constituted pork barrelling or a quid pro quo. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's so disappointing that some in our community would put politics above putting solar panels on a public school. And even after 3 rounds of community building partnerships since 2023, the school community still does not have those solar panels it so desperately wants. They took a $20,000 hit. The question I pose to the committee is, who benefited from that? I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the opposition. Mr. Rath.
Thank you. Councillor Scott and Mr. Ash for appearing today. In the last hearing, we sort of got a good understanding from the Premier's Department about the process from the election to date. But I suppose what we don't know particularly well yet is what the process for the local small commitments allocation was during the election campaign. So could you talk us through that process? Like, how did you come up with the projects? Who were you in contact with in Labor head office? I assume they briefed you at some point and made you aware of the program. Could you run us through how it operated during the election campaign? Because we're not very certain about that process as yet. To either of you.
Specific about who you're asking that question to
either,
please, honourable member.
Yeah, to either of you, whoever thinks that they would be best to answer that. I don't know if it was Mr. Ash who was in contact with Labor head office or Minns' leader of the opposition office, or whether it was you, Councillor Scott. But whoever feels best to answer that question.
I'm happy to answer it, Mr. Rath.
Sure.
Campaigns regularly communicate policy positions and announcements to campaign directors. So I would have received information from party officials. It's a long time ago, though, now. I don't recall specifically.
And was it run out of Labor head office, or was it through the Leader of the Opposition's office?
It was run by the Labor campaign, is my impression. It's my recollection.
So it would have been an email or communication received from Labor head office about the commitments, or how you could put forward projects for funding?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I don't recall.
Would you be able to maybe take that on notice and check?
Happy to take that on notice.
Check through your emails or communications potentially and come back to us, because this is sort of at the heart of what we're trying to understand is who was the architect of the scheme, who was administering the scheme, and so far we don't really know the answer to that. So when you're coming up with these different projects, what was the criteria that you were looking at?
Oh, well, it was always likened by my recollection to the CBP. So the sorts of projects that would normally be funded by CBP, I think.
Yes, but that was after the election, that scheme, by elected members of parliament. This was during an election campaign. So it wasn't...
No, the CBP's existed since 2009, Mr. Rath.
Yes, but the CBP is run through government departments. It's not run... This scheme was run through, as well, yet we don't know, but was it run through Labor head office or the Leader of the Opposition's office? And we don't know what the criteria was in the lead up to the election campaign. We know the process after the election campaign, but what we're trying to understand from the two of you today is what was the process in February, March 2023 when you were going around to community groups offering grants. What was that process?
Yeah, as I said, I just have to take that on notice to see what written correspondence might have been received from the campaign, Mr. Rath.
Sure. Did you, Councillor Scott, did you ever have to fill in a conflict of interest declaration before the election on projects that you offered grant funding to? So prior to the state election.
Prior to the state election, I recall there being a process of probity checks I do not recall what the specific process is. And I'm sorry if you can hear a plane going above, but that's the inner west for you. I recall there being a process of probity checks. I don't recall exactly what the process was. It was more than 2 years ago now.
So do you remember who was in charge of that probity process before the election?
I do not recall.
Would you be able?
I do not.
Would you be able to take that on notice?
Yes, I could take that on notice.
Thank you. And what about after the state election? Did you have to fill in a conflict of interest declaration at any stage?
Well, after the election, you will recall that I was not elected. And so I've had no involvement in the post-administration process, the post-election administration of these election commitments, and no contact with anyone in the government about how those election commitments would be delivered by the New South Wales government.
Right, okay. So at no point after the election was there any contact from the New South Wales government about what commitments you made during the election campaign that needed to be funded by the government?
No, those were commitments of the government, and I wasn't part of the government.
Right. Okay, so putting aside, just going into this issue of the solar panels, just putting to one side the merits of the project. What I suppose, and you mentioned, both of you mentioned this in your opening statement, but I suppose first to you, Councillor Scott, the funding that you offered to the Leichhardt P&C, was it ever in exchange for any campaign support? Was it in exchange for a photo op, an ability to speak to the P&C committee? Was there any suggestion of this funding in exchange for something that may have given you a benefit through the election campaign?
Well, thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Rath, to be really clear about this. And I want to just start at the beginning of your statement there, which was about funding offered to this group. I want to be crystal clear that the P&C approached the campaign and they asked for funding. And after a warm and positive engagement with them, where we talked about how important this was to their school community and to the views and values of the Balmain community at large, we were interested in supporting their request. And at no point was there any suggestion that this potential commitment in response to their request would be in exchange for a photo or a meeting opportunity. They had already invited me to their P&C meeting, and we were in the process of making plans for me to attend when, as is a matter of record, the P&C approached the Greens campaign for Balmain and the mood changed. And their invitation to me was withdrawn, and they made a decision that they no longer wanted to request that election commitment from the Labor for Balmain campaign.
And Mr. Ash, is that your recollection as well?
Yes. So you asked whether anything was offered or in exchange. Is that correct, Mr. Rath?
Yes. Was there any campaign support that was asked for by you as the campaign manager in exchange for the promise of grant funding to the Leichhardt P&C, whether it be a photo op or opportunity to speak at the P&C committee or any other type of support?
No.
And in the Sydney Morning Herald at the time during the election, the statement in this Sydney Morning Herald is, Mr. Asher, that you said that the information I have regarding the small commitments allocation is internal to the campaign, but I'm happy to explain it over the phone, was what they've reported on. Why could this information only be explained over the phone?
It's a very good question, Mr. Rath. I'm averse to providing internal campaign documentation to third parties, people who are not part of the campaign. I think on reflection, that might have been a wise decision.
Yep.
Sorry, Mr. Ash, it's Sarah Mitchell. I just was wondering, you said before that you thought that this program was meant to be similar to community building partnerships. If that was the case, why couldn't you put that in writing? What was so different to this one that you had to keep it in over the phone only and not in writing?
I did put it in writing, Ms. Mitchell.
But it
That's
says I'm happy
referred
to
to
explain it over the phone, the details. The information I have is internal to the campaign, but I'm happy to explain it over the phone. Why couldn't you say it's similar to community building partnerships, this is the criteria? Why was that not provided?
Ms. Mitchell, you might actually be quoting directly from an email that appeared in the Sydney Morning Herald that I sent. The PNC was told that the program was based on the existing government community building partnerships grant scheme.
Right, so but why did you say you had to put more information over the phone? That's my question.
It's a preference for me where I've got to provide information to someone that it's just easier to pick up the phone and describe it to them. I mean, I'm a busy person.
Right.
I don't have time to sit there writing emails. It's just easier to get on the blower and sort it out.
But what about the statement that the grant money is, of course, contingent on Labor forming government in New South Wales in March? We can come back later this year if Philippa is elected to bolster this funding commitment. I mean, what is the implication behind the statement, if Philippa is elected? Isn't it a sort of statement that, that you know, unless Labor wins the election and unless Philippa's elected, that you're not going to get the money?
No, not at all. I mean, you asked me a couple of questions there, Mr. Rath, and I'm going to deal with them sequentially. The first is the funding for the commitment is contingent on Labor forming government. Well, it's an election commitment. So election commitments can only be delivered by a government. The second part of your question is what was the inference of raising if Philippa was elected? Well, at this point, it was entirely hypothetical. We didn't know whether Labor would be elected. We didn't know whether Philippa would be elected, Ms. Scott. In my experience of the CBP program, is that CBP projects are assessed by an independent panel, and they look favourably upon, the panel looks favourably upon, programs which demonstrate a co-contribution from the community. So where a PNC might have some funding that they've raised through a sausage sizzle, and they can bring that forward as a co-contribution to the CBP, that obviously makes it more attractive for the independent panel to assess, is my understanding. So, I mean, we're dealing entirely in hypotheticals about whether Labor would be elected and whether Ms. Scott would be the member for Balmain. That's the answer.
Thank you. Can I just start with you, Mr. Ash? I just wanted to talk about this process of, I guess, this scheme coming to light. The first that many people had read about it was in that article in the SMH, but that came out after it said that you had the discussion with the PNC. When you say the PNC approached you for a commitment, or I think you said asked for funding, they didn't know about this scheme though, did they? So what do you think they were asking for?
It's a good question, Ms. Boyd, Chair. When I say they approached me, I mean they physically approached me on the street outside the event and said, look, we didn't get an opportunity to complete an answer in there. We ran out of time in the event. We really want to do this. And if I recall, the question that was put to me on the street was, is there any way that an incoming Labor government might be able to support this project?
Yeah.
It was a very open-ended question.
So
my answer was, yes, we could make an election commitment.
So given that the community is generally familiar with the CBP scheme, as you say, it's been since 2009, and that is a grants program where the elected member puts forward to an independent panel projects that they're suggesting actually get assessed and then funded, and there's a whole process around that. Is it possible that the PNC were envisaging that any sort of grants that you were suggesting would actually be through the CBP rather than through this, community allocation grant scheme that hadn't been announced yet?
You're asking me to comment on the thoughts of a third party. I don't know what Ms. Gamble's thoughts were. Sorry, Ms. Boyd.
Okay. You've put forward that it was due to, I think you said Green's interference as to why the PNC got, I can't remember your words, but perhaps weren't as interested after that. Is it possible that really what happened here is that the PNC just went, hang on, this isn't what we thought it was, this isn't the community, this isn't the CBP, this is actually some internal Labor thing without the whole probity process and everything around it. So we're actually a bit not very interested in that. Do you think that that's a equally valid reason for them to have got cold feet?
Chair, I guess that is a hypothetical possibility. And if nothing had appeared in the Sydney Morning Herald, I'd probably have decided that that's what I'd put it down to. But the emails being provided to a third party made me think that there might have been something more at play here, Chair.
So if we can try not to, I guess, blame the messenger, but actually look at the nuts and bolts of what's gone on here, I think it's fair to say this is you referred, I think you or Ms. Scott referred to this committee as being a Greens committee or something along those lines. This is a committee that is made up of lots of different parties, and lots of different parties have expressed their concerns in relation to this particular scheme. Is it true that this is not a scheme that in its form has ever been in any other election? Are you aware of, has Labor ever done anything like this before?
Is that a question to me, Chair?
Yes, please.
Has Labor ever made an election commitment prior to an election?
No, that's not what I said. Obviously, there are election commitments. We're talking about this particular scheme, which I understand to be the first of its kind, which is where you have candidates going around saying, I will allocate you, or I will put forward these particular programs within this $400,000 of money that Labor are committing to you if Labor wins, but only the candidate can choose sort of who that goes to. Is that a program that you've ever seen in any of the campaigns you've worked on before?
No, I don't know what other programs have existed in other campaigns. As I said, Ms. Boyd, Chair, at the beginning of this, I'm happy to provide the committee with facts about the process in Balmain in 2023.
Okay, thank you. So when were you told, as campaign manager, what date were you told about this $400,000 envelope that you could assign to?
I don't recall, sorry.
A bit of that.
I've worked on a few campaigns myself, and I know that when we get something like a $400,000, if I got a $400,000 amount that suddenly I was told I could go around to community groups and allocate, that would be quite a big campaigning tool. Are you honestly telling this committee that you don't know when you were told about that?
I've just told you, I don't. You've asked for a date. It'd be sometime in early 2023, but I just don't have a date. I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you, if you could. And also the process you then went through as campaign manager when you presumably you would have sat down and talked about strategy around that money?
I suppose. Can't recall.
You can't recall? It's $400,000. Like, that's an incredible amount of money to be able to go and spruik around the electorate, isn't it?
Not really, no. It's not a lot of money in the context of an election commitment. It's quite a small amount of money.
You think $400,000 to be distributed amongst community groups who are desperate for cash, and as you say, some very, very worthy projects, you think that that's not going to have an impact on the vote in Balmain?
Yeah. Well, I think Ms. Shetty's evidence was that she didn't think it would have an impact on the vote in Balmain. Again, when you're talking about, these are state election commitments, Chair. I mean, they can range in billions of dollars. I mean, $400,000 is not a lot of money in the grand scheme of a state election commitment, is it, Chair?
No, so we have commitments and they're public and we have them costed. This is not that though. What we have here is a scheme where individuals were able to go, individual candidates were able to go and offer money to local groups, $400,000, which is the same as you've said, the same as the CBP. That's a significant amount of money. I'm confused as to why you don't think that was a sort of a core part of the campaign.
I refer you to my previous answer, Chair.
Okay. Do you see the difference between, Mr. Ash, do you see the difference between the sort of normal statewide commitments or the even when they're delivered to a particular area, we have an announcement, it's costed. Do you see the difference between that sort of election commitment and what was happening with candidates on the ground during the campaign with this scheme?
Chair, I think the committee's heard evidence that this was a costed policy that went to the Parliamentary Budget Office.
It was costed on the 20th of March, which is at least a good month after.
So you agree it was a costed policy?
It wasn't a costed policy when you were announcing it and when you were talking about it, no. So did that concern you that this wasn't really... And if it was, why wasn't it public, I guess? I mean, it was only made public when we had somebody actually throw light on it because of what had happened in Balmain. So why do you think that was? Why was it not made public and not costed until much longer down the track?
Chair, I'll refer you to my opening statement. I was a volunteer campaign manager. I think these questions are well above my pay grade.
I'm only asking you for the facts of what happened in your campaign as a volunteer campaign manager. A campaign manager would be in charge, I assume, of allocation of funding. So at what point did you sit down with the campaign team and with Ms. Scott and work out strategically where that money was going to go?
Right. I mean, campaigns take place over many months. You're asking me to identify a date or a time. I just can't recall.
Do you have that written down somewhere, perhaps on a campaign meeting agenda?
No. We didn't have time to sit around preparing agendas and minutes, Ms. Boyd.
No time for probity.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. Perhaps if I could ask you, Ms. Scott, a significant amount of the funding that did get allocated through you, I understand, was ended up going to council. Is that correct?
It's my understanding that of the even $400,000 that was allocated to every one of the 93 seats in New South Wales, that any remainder that was not part of a specific political commitment would go to the local government council that covered the relevant seat. And that was the same in every seat across New South Wales.
No, that is correct. Did you allocate any before that process, though, or was all of your allocations towards non-council projects?
As far as I'm aware, no, they all went to individual groups. It is possible that some of those groups needed to work with their local council in order to make use of the grant money, but my recollection is that each one went to a group.
Okay. As of the election date, 345,500 had been allocated from Balmain, which leaves 54,500, I think, unallocated. Was it, I guess, what was the reason for having that amount still outstanding?
Well, Ms. Boyd, we took representations from groups across the community about what projects were important to them. It was really key to understanding the community's priorities. That was a really core part of the Labor for Balmain campaign. And so when we were able to identify a project or a good policy position that we could support, we were happy to do so. But we weren't looking to spend a specific amount of money. We were understanding what the community desired and needed from an incoming government. And when we were able to make a commitment, we were happy to do so. But we weren't looking to drain the account.
Thank you. Government.
Thanks, Chair. thank you, Ms. Scott and Mr. Ash, for appearing. I just want to tease out some of the detail on Mr. Rath's line of questioning in terms of the implication that there was some sort of grand scandal here in terms of making election commitments. In your email on the 14th of February, Mr. Ash, you stated that the LCG grant money is, of course, and this is what Mr. Rath raised, contingent on Labor forming government in New South Wales in March. We can come back later this year if Philippa is elected to bolster this funding commitment. Given that this was said when Labor was in opposition and you were therefore in no position to guarantee a grant of public money at the time, are you surprised at being questioned on having stated what should be patently obvious to all? That is, the money being promised is contingent on Labor forming government, and if Ms. Scott were to be elected as a local member, she could advocate for more money. Hardly the sort of thing that's controversial given you're trying to get elected by doing things for the community, is it?
Who was that a question to? Sorry, Mr. Buttigieg.
Are you in the first instance, Mr. Ash?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is quite surprising to hear this line of questioning. On the one hand, we're being asked, is it? Have you ever made an election commitment before? To which the answer is obviously yes. And do you think that there's anything untoward about acknowledging that election commitments can only be delivered by governments? Well, I mean, these are simple statements of fact.
And even the idea that if Miss Scott was elected as the member, she would have the temerity to follow up to try and get more things for a community. It's quite a bizarre suggestion that she wouldn't do that if she were elected member, isn't it? Is that because that was the implication of the article, like that there was somehow some sort of inducement to say that, look, if you vote for us, we'll follow it up and try and do more for you. I mean, it's almost like parallel universe stuff, this.
Well, good local members fight for allocations for their community. I mean, that's just the job of a local member, is to make representations to the government and contend for projects and policies that will benefit their community. It's fairly straightforward stuff.
Miss Scott, have you been a candidate before this?
I have not been a state candidate before this time, no.
And what about for council?
Yes, I was a successful Labor candidate in 2021 and then again in 2024.
Would it be unusual in your experience to go around making promises of projects which fast-breaking news need money attached to them to get elected? Have you ever heard of Liberal candidates doing this and Greens candidates doing this and, God forbid, Labor candidates doing it?
Thank you, Mr. Buttigieg. Every member of this committee is an experienced campaigner whose experience I respect. And everyone in this room knows that every candidate in every election at every level of government makes election commitments. It's important to understand what the community's priorities are and then to say publicly what you will do to support them if you are so fortunate as to be elected. I've made election commitments before. The Greens in my community have certainly made election commitments before, as have the Liberals.
And can I just ask, Mr. Ash, it's a matter of public record, and it's been reiterated in evidence this morning. After originally approaching you about the program, that the P&C represented by Zoe Flannery subsequently rejected the funding after meeting with the Greens candidate. So the invitation to address the P&C meeting, I think, was withdrawn, and in the interim they had met with the Greens candidate. On evidence, the member for Balmain, Kobe Shetty, said that she couldn't give them advice because she didn't know about the program. So what do you think happened in that interim period to make them, it's a pretty big step, actually rejecting money to go to your own project, your own community?
Well, if I could just quibble with you on one point of that, Mr. Buttigieg, they didn't reject anything, they withdrew. I think this is the important thing to point out. They withdrew the request and they withdrew the invitation. In fact, if my memory serves me correct, they withdrew the invitation and then invited the Labor campaign to attend a Meet the Candidates forum at Leichhardt Town Hall the next week, and suggested that perhaps they could have a Meet the Candidates P&C meeting at some future stage. So just going to the evidence that the committee has heard is they approach us, they request some form of election commitment, they invite the campaign to attend the P&C meeting. They then speak to Ms. Shetty on the 15th of February, I think her evidence said, and then almost immediately they withdraw both of their requests and they suggest that maybe we could have a Meet the Candidates event and you could go over the road to the Leichhardt Town Hall on the 9th of March for an election Meet the Candidates forum. So forgive me for being a little bit curious about the events that followed their conversation with Ms. Shetty, Mr. Buttigieg. I just think it's curious.
Because in your evidence earlier, you said that there was quite a high degree of excitement about the potential of $20,000 for the solar panels, and then after the meeting with Ms. Shetty, they go cold on it, basically.
Yeah, I think that's a good. Formulation of it. I mean, if I go back to the Herald article from March 2023, they quote from an email that I sent her at the time. I don't have it anymore. I expect the LCG funding would be made available to successful applicants during the 2023-24 financial year. If I recall correctly, this was in response to a request. How soon could we get this in the 2023 financial year? I mean, there was a great degree of excitement among the P&C that this long-held project that they'd been looking for funding for might be delivered in the next 12 or 18 months. And then all of a sudden they have a conversation with a third party and they lose their appetite.
Ms. Scott, can I just ask you in the time remaining, so Chair Ms. Abigail Boyd mentioned that there was $345,500 spent, and that was as a result of programs which were identified. And that's obviously regardless of who was elected, and in the event it was the member for Balmain, Ms. Shetty's electorate, who benefited from it. Have you seen any criticisms of those programs being allocated in terms of the local member not supporting them, or saying that it's a shame that we got this money because there's a cloud hanging over the program, or anything to that effect? Has she made any statements to that effect?
I don't recall that Ms. Shetty has been critical of any of these groups or the fact that they've been funded. She's obviously been critical of the Labor campaign for Balmain and continues to be so, and that's why we're here today. We were in a very tight political contest in Balmain. The Greens were seeking every advantage that they could. And so they've dragged a P&C into what was the political campaign at the time, but have dropped them now and are no longer quite as critical of that project. I don't know, I'm not sure what the purpose of that was. If it was my P&C, as a P&C president, I would find it very sad and worrying that I'm still involved in the conversation 2 years later. But no, I don't believe she's made any statements critical of the projects themselves or the groups.
It's almost like it's not about the project.
All right. Well, thank you very much for those answers. Much appreciated.
You done? Just in the time left then. Just the idea that somehow being questioning of probity and the ethics of a program is conflated with criticism of an actual project. You do understand, don't you, Ms. Scott, that the criticism has never been of the solar panels or of any other of these amazing community projects. The criticism is in relation to there not being a grants process followed where everybody gets a chance to have the money. Do you understand that, Ms. Scott?
I did get a chance.
Ms. Boyd, you're asking me to comment on why Ms. Shetty is critical of this program, and I simply don't know the answer to that.
No, but you were very assertive with what you thought the reasons were. But if you were to actually look past the politics and look at the substance of what we're discussing here, it is just as likely that this P&C group weren't very impressed with the ethics and the structure of the scheme being presented to them, rather than it being some sort of nefarious political attack on you. Wouldn't you agree?
Ms. Boyd, you're asking me to comment again on the thoughts of third parties, and I simply can't do that.
No, but you just did make quite a lot of comments about what you thought was in the mind of Ms. Shetty. So I'm just trying to get you to, I guess, clarify why you've taken that interpretation rather than the one that, and again, this is not a committee brought on by Ms. Shetty. This is a committee that needs a majority of the upper house to agree to it. So I have Nationals and Liberal members here as well, and also One Nation, who are similarly concerned. Do you accept that this was an unusual program and people may have had questions about it?
I think it's been really clear through the process of your inquiry that it is not at all unusual for parties seeking office to make election commitments.
That wasn't my question, sorry, with respect. It wasn't about commitments, it was about this particular scheme, which is unusual,
Chair,
isn't
with
it?
all respect, time is up.
Thanks. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence today. It's been incredibly interesting for us. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions taken on notice and also supplementary questions. But that does conclude us for now. We will be back at 12:15. Thank you. Excellent. Welcome back to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small commitments allocation process. Welcome to our next witnesses, and thank you so much for making the time to give evidence for us today. If I could ask each of you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation, and I will start on my left.
My name is Ashvini Ambihapaha. I am currently a councillor at Georges River Council. My employment is as Regional Director at St Vincent's de Paul Society, and also was the candidate for Oatley in the 23 election.
Thank you very much. Ms McGrath?
Do I need to turn this on, or does it do it by itself?
It should do by itself, and maybe just bring it slightly forward if it's... Yep,
It's
are we
good
good? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Kate McGrath. I am Deputy Mayor of Gunnedah Shire Council. I'm self-employed, and I was the candidate for Tamworth in the 2023 state election.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Black.
Thank you. Josh Black, former candidate for the Dubbo electorate in the 2023 state election. And do I do the oath now?
Oh, yes, please.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. I didn't miss anyone else's oath or affirmation. No? We're all good? Excellent. Okay. I'd like to invite each of you, if you wish, to make a short...
Sorry,
Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry. Yes, I had missed you. I
that
thought I
okay?
might have. Go ahead, please, Ms McGrath.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There we go. I thought we'd missed one.
And also myself, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Okay, now that we're all sworn in properly, if I could ask each of you who wanted to make a short opening statement. I'll start with you, Ms Ambihapaha.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the committee for the opportunity to address you all today. Just a little bit about my background. I'm currently an elected official as a councillor at Georges River Council, and also a solicitor in New South Wales, and maintain my practicing certificate. And I understand the obligations, requirements in a work capacity, but also that does obviously follow through my personal ethos around being very honest and open with you guys today. My understanding, particularly with today's concerns around the program and my candidacy for the seat of Oatley, particularly around my commitment for Asian Women at Work, which is a wonderful organisation, I must say, and I've learnt more about that organisation as a candidate for Oatley. The work that they provide, particularly around for migrant women in New South Wales, and it's not just the seat of Oatley, it's actually quite broader, across from inner West Sydney, across out to southwest Sydney. And they provide amazing work particularly around programs, education, seminars, training, leadership aspects as well, and they do great work. And I'm very proud that we gave a commitment to this organisation because of the great work that they do for my community. But also, particularly what's important to highlight here is that members of any organisation, if they volunteer to support any candidate or any representative in our local community, if they volunteer on their own capacity, particularly for, in my case, as the candidate for Oatley, that should not preclude an organisation that they're associated with from an opportunity of continuing good work that we can also offer as not only as candidates but also representatives in our community. And I need to make that very clear. This is not about the organisation, Asian Women at Work. This is about people who are associated, just members who want to volunteer and support the campaign should not be put in a position where there is a question around the integrity. And I think it must be very clear. The conflict of interest declaration form clearly outlined, particularly in circumstances that if there is key members, is the language, of an organisation where they have indicated that they would be supporting any candidate should be disclosed. And I disclosed that. And I think perceived and potential conflicts, which is what my understanding of the declaration should be provided. And that is what I did. This is not something that was, found later on. This was part of a good process, I believe, around a probity assessment where a disclosure was provided at my own, I was being very forthcoming around that. But I thank you for the opportunity and happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. And just on behalf of the committee, could I just restate again that we're all very grateful for the work of Asian Women at Work, and this inquiry is by no means casting any sort of shadow on the work that they do or anything that they have done as an organisation. Ms McGrath.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for your invitation to appear today as a witness for this inquiry into the integrity, efficacy and value for money of the local small grants commitments allocation process. As we've established, I was the candidate for Tamworth in the 2023 state elections, and it was an immense privilege to be selected and advocate for the needs and priorities of my community, including the not-for-profit groups who contribute so much to connect, support and improve our electorate. I understand there are concerns about administrative aspects of the local small commitments allocation process, and while I have no objection to ensuring that there is an appropriate level of scrutiny regarding the expenditure of any public funds, I wholeheartedly support the fundamental intent of the local commitments to ensure a consistent minimum level of investment in every electorate in New South Wales, regardless of whether or not the Labor candidate was ultimately successful in winning the seat. I sincerely hope that the outcome of this inquiry encourages improvements for future implementation of this type of program and not the abandonment of a more equitable and fair approach to campaign commitments. Regarding the evidence that I provide today, I wish to preface my responses by making it very clear to the committee that regarding the small commitments in the Tamworth electorate, my recollection is imperfect and my records are incomplete. So I thank you in advance for your patience if I'm unable to answer any questions with the level of detail that you might desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll go to you now, Mr. Black.
No, it's all right, thanks.
Okay, excellent. All right. So I will now turn to the opposition.
Thank you to each of you for appearing today. I might go to each of you with the same question just to kick off, is that when you're making commitments during the election campaign as part of this program, who approved those projects? And did you have to fill in or complete a conflict of interest declaration in the lead up to the election, so before the election date?
I could not tell you with any certainty which individual approved the projects that we nominated, and as for the conflict of interest declarations, that to my recollection occurred after the election.
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Rath, in respect to the question, my recollection is specifically around completion of the conflict of interest forms after. Throughout the process, even as a candidate, there was no forms or anything. It's just discussions with community groups. So basically, it's similar response. It's just was after the election.
Yeah. Mr. Black?
I didn't actually announce either of the grants that were ultimately approved in my electorate, so if it was a pork barrelling exercise, it was the world's worst. But I think we just, from my recollection, just put into one of our handlers or people at head office, and I thought there was a panel that looked at it, or some group who looked at it, and the conflict of interest form came later on from someone, Premier's Department, was it? There was someone emailed me a conflict of interest form to fill out later on, and I just declared it on that. And I think it got probity checked, or got an email back later on saying it had been probity checked and it was okay. So just always over declare any potential conflict.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that declaration. What do you mean you didn't approve the projects during the election campaign?
So I just made suggestions. I wasn't the person who approved anything. It was just my suggestion of where funding might go, was my understanding of how the process worked.
All right, so you put up suggestions for projects, and then someone at Labor head office would have approved those projects for funding, or for commitments of funding.
Approved. I'm not. Yeah, but like I didn't announce anything during the election campaign. So there was approval for U3A, University of Third Age in Dubbo, to get, I think it was $4,000 for some computers, computer tuition, something to do with all their IT setup. And I didn't announce that, so that didn't try and bind it there. But one of the reasons was that Dougal had announced a week or two before, that there was $16,000 for U3A in Dubbo to do something. So I'm hardly going to turn up and announce $4,000 after Dougal announced $16,000, and then the rest of it was unannounced, like to all Parks and Gardens, which it ultimately went to, $396,000.
Councillor Black, can I just ask you about that breakdown? So the $396,000 was to Dubbo Regional Council, which no secret, you're a councillor and now the mayor of, I believe, there too. So I just wanted to get some clarity around that $396 going only to Dubbo Regional Council. Was it communicated to you prior to the election that $396 had been allocated from Labor head office or whoever approved them? Did you know that before election day that money had been allocated?
I wasn't actually sure of where it was all going.
Okay. So do you...
So I knew there was $396 that was going to go... My understanding was it was going to go to Parks and Gardens or something like that. So then we had to find a Parks and Gardens project for it, was my understanding.
Okay, but not a split amongst the other councils in the electorate as well? Obviously there's more than one council in the Dubbo electorate.
Yeah, that's right. So, no, not before the election, no.
Okay.
And
who were you making the suggestions to in Labor head office? Who was the handler? I think was the
it seemed to change all the time. I had numerous, so I was working full time as a school teacher, and then as a councillor as well, and running an election campaign in all the rest of the time. So, look, they probably said, look, we're happy to pass him off to someone else, who knows. And I had numerous people as the handler, as you called it.
Do you remember any of their names?
Campaign.
Do you remember any of their names?
The only one I remember was the young fella named Reese. That was
right.
About the only one I actually remember.
Yeah. And Ms. Ambihapaha, sorry. Ambihapaha is who was the contact person in Labor head office that you were dealing with during the campaign on the local small commitments project specifically?
I had a campaign team,
yeah,
and a campaign manager for Oatley, and that my contact was only with my campaign manager. So if any ideas or suggestions was through the campaign team.
So you made the suggestions to the campaign manager,
yeah,
and the campaign manager made the suggestions
I assume
to the Labor head office.
I presume that would have been the case. But
in the same vein, did you have your list approved with you prior to the election, so you knew which commitments you could be making?
No, not that I don't think so. No.
Same to you, Ms. McGrath. Did you have a list that was approved from head office or somewhere else that you could go out and announce prior to the election?
So according to my records, I was advised on the 19th of March that the projects that I'd nominated had been approved. That's the language that was used. And on the 21st of March, we announced one of those projects.
And which one was that?
That was $100,000 to the Gomeroi Culture Academy.
Thank you. Can I just ask one more? Sorry. Just in relation to the Gunnedah Urban Land Care group. And again, there's no, they do great work, as I know someone who lives in Gunnedah as well. So no reflections on the organisation at all. They're good people. But obviously theirs was a grant that ultimately didn't end up going ahead because there was a conflict of interest that was found through the process with the Premier's department in relation to your role as a councillor and also on that committee, which is in the public knowledge. But I guess my question to you is, prior to the election, was there ever any questions asked from Labor Party head office or anyone about whether you might have had a potential conflict of interest with that organisation? Was that discussed at all, or did that not happen until after the election?
So, and again, this is to the best of my reflection. I don't have specific records about that, but it was certainly made clear to us, you know, in discussion around the types of projects that would be suitable, you know, that they should be obviously not-for-profit, and that they should obviously be organisations which we're not directly affiliated with.
Okay, so did it raise any, was it only after the election that conflict was picked up formally through that process, not prior to the election?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So who approved it before the election?
I wouldn't be able to tell you who approved it. I can only tell you who communicated the approval to me.
Who communicated the approval to you?
That would be Josh Wright.
Right. And he was from Labor head office, was he? Or?
Senior advisor to Office of New South Wales Opposition Leader at that time.
Thank you. I might turn now to Asian women at work, and thank you for the information you've provided already in your opening statement, and just in the same vein as Ms. Boyd said, is that I don't want to cast any aspersions on Asian women at work and the work that they do in the local community. But one of the criticisms, I suppose, in the recent media article was that money was offered to Asian women at work in exchange for campaign support. What would you say to that suggestion in the recent media reporting?
So I refute that assertion. There's no basis to that.
Right.
What needs to be very clear, you know, the organisation didn't approach me. It wasn't a person from the organisation that said they would like to help in the beginning of the campaign. And so, you know, I refute that allegation. There's no facts around indicating there was conversations of asserting that if you help phone bank, you'll get some money. And I don't know where that's come from. There's no facts to that. I'm happy to go through that timeline with you, Mr. Rath.
Yeah. So what was the timeline? So you've committed to was it $40,000 or $50,000 to Asian women at work, and then they've also done phone canvassing for you during the election campaign. You're saying those two things aren't linked. So what's the timeline there?
Absolutely. So from the best of my recollection, at tail end of January of 2023, Ronnie Wang, who's a coordinator, I believe, I'm not absolutely sure what her full title is in the organisation, but in her capacity, my manager reached out to her about potentially having phone banking support volunteers. And so that was tail end of January. I indicated in a response to an individual who asked for more particulars, as I had disclosed that, and I think you would be aware of the rough dates and the number of estimated hours. My relationship with Asian women at work, I don't have one prior or even now, even after the election. I'm aware of the good works that they do provide for our community locally, and they did some phone banking. I recall it was sometime closer to the election date where I had a conversation with my campaign team around providing some money to support with resourcing and finding a home for the organisation, and that's about it, Mr. Rath.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for coming and helping us to get a bit of an understanding of the process during the election. Could I just go back to you, Mr. Black, in relation to so you weren't personally involved in allocating any of that money then before the election? There was no sort of moment when you sort of spoke with somebody to say that amount was going to be sort of committed to should Labor win the election?
So I sent suggestions in. So I didn't approve the grant or whatever it is. So I just sent a suggestion in, and it did come back before the election that the U3A money had been approved by someone. However, the process worked. But like I said, Dougal had just announced $16,000, so I wasn't then going to announce $4,000 the day before the election. But they are a very worthy organisation. So yeah, it was my suggestion. Then, as I understood it, there was a team of people or someone who assessed it all and looked at it. I'm not sure how the process worked.
Okay, so the 396,000 was also allocated during that period of time, the amount that then went to Dubbo Council. Was that your understanding? Was that a suggestion from you?
It was unallocated. So that was to go to Parks and Gardens. Anything unallocated was to go to Parks and Gardens, was my understanding, and that 396 was unallocated come election day.
Yeah, okay, that doesn't accord. Yeah, it doesn't accord with
That's my understanding.
The documents I have here say that 400,000 was allocated before the election, with none then being distributed under the second part of the unallocated funding. So
yeah, so my understanding was that anything that was unallocated was then, like the 396, was then allocated to councils for Parks and Gardens. So it would have been, I think, I'm only guessing here, sharing my ignorance, that would have been an automatic allocation to councils for Parks and Gardens upgrades or whatever the terminology was.
Yeah, okay, I might need to ask the department again, because their official records indicate that you allocated all 400,000 before the election. And your election...
Oh, yeah, so can I just clarify that?
Yeah.
So my understanding is that I hadn't allocated, I hadn't said we need to give 396,000 to this park.
Mm-hmm.
There was anything I'd put in for $4,000 for U3A for their computers and their network and whatever it was, but anything that was unallocated, so there would have been $396,000 that hadn't been allocated to a specific project.
Yeah.
My understanding was that that was automatically then allocated, in inverted commas, to Parks and Garden upgrades.
Yeah, that is the normal process, but in terms of your particular allocation, it's registered on the department's statements as being something that was all allocated prior. How many councils does your electorate span over?
3.
Yeah, so it would ordinarily, in those circumstances, have been spread across the 3 if it was an unallocated amount, whereas in your case, 396,000 went just to Dubbo.
Yeah, to a specific project in the end.
Yeah.
That was master planned and costed.
Okay, so I understand that just after the actually, sorry, I don't know what date this was, but I understand that the Dubbo Regional Council spokesperson said council wasn't consulted prior to the funding being allocated, but they had received notice from you that the project had been nominated for grant funding allocation. Do you remember notifying the council about that?
So that happened after the election. So the Parks and Gardens money, as I understand it, I wasn't aware that there was any process to go to councils on a pro rata basis. So my understanding was that a project had to be found to allocate the money to. And I spoke to the Mayor of Narromine, and he spoke to his director, and he said that they'd done very well out of government grants and didn't have anything in the pipeline to go for a park upgrade. And Mudgee's done very well with their Glen Willow sporting complex. And I knew that there was the master planned and costed project in Dubbo at Regan Park, where all of the funds could go to that. So it's a substantial amount of money to allow a whole project to happen, rather than in a cost of living crisis burden a council with $30,000 for a $100,000 project that they then have to dip into their budgets and find money just because they've had a little bit of money thrown at them from a state grant. So that $396 would be able to be all spent at the park in Dubbo down by the river, and then it wouldn't burden ratepayers unnecessarily with having to find extra money for half a project.
Understood. Okay, so that's that statement I was reading from is dated September 2023. So, so you nominated that project after the election then?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's very useful. Can I ask, I might start with you, Ms. McGrath, when did you receive when did you first hear about this program and knew about the opportunity to allocate within the community?
I'm not certain, to be honest. I think the conversations, within the party around the allocations was already well underway when I was pre-selected as candidate.
When was
certainly.
That? When were you pre-selected?
Oh, that is a good question. I think it was December, January.
Okay.
I'm not certain, to be honest.
Okay. And so that sort of allocation process then was run by the campaign team more than yourself, or were you involved in working out which projects to give the money to?
Yeah, so we are quite a small branch, so the executive essentially operate as the campaign team. So there was a bit of a mix. A lot of it was looking at where priorities within the branch also aligned with community level priorities and what projects they might look like. So I guess if you want specifics, you would maybe need to ask about specific projects.
Yeah, okay. Were there, I guess, in terms of the ones that were announced, so you said before that there was one announced on the 21st of March, was it, or Feb?
It was announced on the 21st of March.
21st of March. And were there any others publicly announced before then?
No.
No. And are you able to tell us, I guess, which other ones were committed to before then?
Absolutely. When you say committed, do you mean approved, or do you mean that I've publicly committed?
Yeah, publicly, I guess, maybe even not publicly committed, but told to the relevant organisation, yes, we're making this commitment if Labor is elected.
I actually couldn't tell you that with any certainty. I would imagine that once I was notified that they were approved, I likely would have communicated that, but I couldn't give you any dates or specifics.
Is that something you'd have a record of somewhere?
It is not necessarily something I would have a record of. I'm sure you can imagine a lot of this communications happening across multiple platforms, multiple email addresses. I've looked through the records that I do have access to, and I wouldn't be able to answer that with any certainty.
So your campaign team then, would they have been the ones to have sort of made those communications with people?
Potentially.
Okay. Would they have put your name on it?
I don't know.
Okay. Is that there would normally be a process within, I'm only speaking from my party's experience, so I don't know what happens in the Labor Party, but normally there'd be a sort of a candidate sign-off for communications that are going out. Was that a standard process for you, or not really?
If I can just reiterate, my experience in campaigning is probably not representative of the party as a whole. We are an exceptionally small branch and not particularly well resourced. So I certainly am not aware of what the particular process was in terms of those communications, and really would not want to speculate into how consistently they might be applied.
Yeah. Did you have personal knowledge of all of the projects that were committed to as part of this process?
Yes.
Okay. So you had personal knowledge of it, but not necessarily how that was then communicated to others.
Yeah, to the potential recipients. Yeah,
okay.
I'm aware that certain conversations have occurred. I'm just very reluctant to state anything on the record that I can't verify with any certainty.
Yeah. Is it something, though, that you could check if you took it on notice?
I doubt it, to be honest.
Okay. Could I ask you to take on notice to have a look through and see if you have anything that can give us some insight into when these commitments were made?
Sure.
Thank you. Over to the government.
Thanks, Chair. Miss Amber Hyperpar, I think you've covered it in your evidence, but I just want to square off on some of the sort of details and the implications of some of the questioning of the opposition and the chair. So in terms of Asian women at work, can you please just walk us through why you thought they were such a worthy recipient?
Through the chair, this organisation, I believe, have been in the community for over 2 or so decades, I think 20 years, 20 plus years. And they do a lot of work, particularly with migrant women, running programs, particularly around support through employment, leadership programs is my understanding, obviously challenges around the language barriers that they would also have within precarious work. They do amazing work to make sure that they are supported and teach them advocacy skills, is my understanding of what Asian Women Work do. And they provide a lot of support in the community as well, community-based engagement opportunities for various demographics of different community groups like Vietnamese, Chinese, and I think it's important to know that they've been a long-standing organisation providing that support.
And so in terms of them volunteering on your campaign for Oatley, is there any reason in your mind as to, given that you declared the conflict, is there any reason in your mind why a voluntary organisation who is active in the community, seeking representation for the community, should be precluded from getting money for a good cause just because they volunteered on your campaign?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think what's really worrying about the approach, particularly around the article, is questioning anyone's representation, whether they're a candidate or whether they're an elected official representing the community, cannot have potential, contact or relationships or engaged in any volunteering capacity with any organisation. What's very clear about this program was an opportunity to provide or declare any potential or perceived conflict of interest for it to go through a probity check. And it's worrying that, besides, I know we're focusing on the program, but I'm aware that, various, sitting member for Oatley would also rely on other organisations to help on election campaigns or on election day. Like, where do you draw the line? And I think this program really clearly demonstrated a very clear process to declare conflict of interest, whether it's actual, whether it's perceived or potential. And I think it's important that any member of the community, however, whatever organisation they're associated with, should not be precluded from an opportunity to be part of a program like this.
And you touched on the current member for Oatley, Mr. Couré, who was the former Minister for Multiculturalism. Are you aware of any involvement that he's had with this group, Asian Women at Work?
My understanding is that he is a supporter of Asian Women at Work. I don't know exactly what he has done specifically for the organisation, but I know he speaks well of this organisation. Has
he expressed a view about this this perceived controversy about them getting $50,000 as part of the local Small Commitments Allocation?
Not directly to myself, but he has disclosed, when I caught up with him the next day after that article dropped, when I was at a local football match, decided to tell me, say, I had nothing to do with that article. I don't know what that means, Mr. Buttigieg, but that's for the committee to determine.
I guess it means it may be his colleagues. So, Ms. McGrath, can I just turn to you now? So, in terms of this this Landcare involvement, what was your capacity, or what is your capacity on that Landcare management? Is it you're a delegate from council? Is that right?
Yeah. So there's certainly no personal involvement or conflict.
And you're not paid, just to be clear, you don't get any monetary reward for that role as a delegate?
No.
No.
So it's a council delegate to Gunnedah Urban Land Care Group.
Yeah.
Quite a few of the community organisations that council provide support to, we will also provide essentially like a council liaison. That role is largely observational, so there's no decision-making capacity, there's no voting rights. It is just essentially to be someone to support that community group to liaison with council effectively.
Yeah. And your suggestion of the hypothecation of some funds to that group was for what specifically, do you recall?
So I don't know how familiar you are with the plight of koalas in our
very
region
familiar.
at the moment.
We're all very familiar with the plight of koalas up here, I can assure you.
Well, we're no longer the koala capital because they are all dying of chlamydia and having their land cleared and, suffered a massive drought. So, yeah, our days as the koala capital have sadly ended. We're fortunate that there are grassroots organisations like Gunnedah Urban Land Care that have put considerable time and effort into restoration of koala habitat. They've been very, very involved in, particularly through the drought, which was very severe and had a huge impact. They installed a lot of the blinky drinkers on the trees for the koalas. They also have some relationships with some of the universities that are doing research into, treatment and vaccination to try and prevent the spread of chlamydia among the koala populations. So often the urban land care will kind of partner with or provide support to some of those projects to roll them out on the ground. So there's a whole variety of things, and I couldn't tell you the absolute specifics of what they had intended to do as a project. But yes, they're certainly a very worthy organisation.
So can you just elaborate a little bit for us on what sounds like an unfortunate byproduct of a very rigorous conflict of interest process, perhaps too rigorous in this case, because it sounds like it would have gone to a good cause, as to why that was rejected, given your role on the Land Care Committee?
Yes, I won't share my opinion as to whether or not it is too rigorous. I will let the committee determine that. But yeah, I'd communicate on the 17th of November to Alison Morgan, essentially confirming the details around what I had disclosed in my conflict of interest form, just clarifying that it is, as an observational and advisory role, therefore I didn't feel there was a conflict. There's certainly no personal relationship with that group. And as we've identified, I received no financial benefit from my involvement. It is literally just part of my duties as a councillor.
So the funding envelope was rejected on the basis that because you're part of the that advisory capacity on the Land Care Group, that there was some sort of perceived conflict because the group would have gained from your advocacy, therefore it was not. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
That is my understanding.
Yeah.
And I presumably, in investigating the various conflicts and doing that probity check, there may be details in that I'm simply unaware of, but that is my understanding.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGrath. Mr. Black, I'll just turn to you now to clear up a few things. So you've got this. So there's this $400,000 which you all as candidates asked to identify, which I just reiterate would go to the electorate regardless of whether or not you were the successful candidate. So $4,000 to the University of the New Age, which you told us was trumped by what's his name, Saunders, and you didn't announce that, but that was so the residual $396. You identified. You were involved in suggesting that as a worthy recipient for, I think it was a WEAR project, wasn't it, in the Dubbo local council area?
It was an area called Regan Park, and it was
Yeah.
for barbecue facilities down near the Weir.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my understanding
Can you
was
just
that
walk us
anything-
through the merits of that, Mr. Black, of why that turned up?
For sure. Yeah, so it was a heavily used riverside park in Dubbo, and when the COVID lockdowns were on, it was incredible how many people used that park once people were able to go out for a walk each day. And it's right in the heart of sort of central South Dubbo, near some other playing fields, and there's a whole master plan to develop that. And this was done years ago, the original Regan Park master plan by previous councils before I was on council many years ago, and that had, I think, been rescinded and it needed to be redone. So council that I was part of, I knew that there was a new master plan, fully costed, up to date, sitting there ready to go. And it's a really lovely park down by the river. It used to be a former dairy. When I was a kid, you could hear the cows mooing and stuff like that from where my parents still live in town. And that was actually purchased by council, make up a number, 20, 25 years ago for a recreation park. But it's basically been undeveloped apart from a gravel pathway following the river. So this would have gone to activate that area, and it would have actually partnered with a charity, not-for-profit, Titan Macquarie Mud Run. They've just had the mud run actually where people pay, I think it's $50 each, and they get about 1,000 people in there, and they then put that money back into projects along the river pathway, such as solar lights and chairs and a whole heap of other things. And they're looking to get a off-leash dog area with the money that they've raised, so they donate that to council. So there was a real opportunity here to partner with council and the Titan Macquarie Mud Run to really activate that area and get the community really involved.
Sounds like a very worthy and good outcome. Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Okay, that brings us to the end of this particular session. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there's supplementary questions asked, then the committee secretariat will be in touch. But thank you so much for attending today. It's been incredibly informative. We will take a lunch break and we'll be back at 2:45. Great. And we are back. Thank you. I now welcome our next witness. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Yes, my name's Cherie Burton. I'm the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit in the Premier's office. I swear that the evidence I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement at all?
I would. I work for the Premier of New South Wales as the Director of the Caucus Liaison Unit. I'm employed under the MOPS Act 2013 to assist the Premier in his ministerial role by liaising with the caucus on government priorities and ensuring the delivery of the government's election commitments. My role in supporting the government in delivering their election commitments is the reason for my involvement in the local small commitments. Prior to the 2023 election, the Labor Party, being in opposition, committed $400,000 per seat for community organisations, not-for-profits, parks, playgrounds and other local vital projects. This $400,000 for all 93. This was $400,000 for all 93 seats in the state. The commitment was made to assure the community, regardless of who they returned to Parliament, their seat would be no worse off. It was designed to take the politics out and ensure fairness in all electorates. When Labor came into government in 2023, my job was to prepare the list of commitments with contact details to be submitted to the Premier's department. The government set up an independent probity process that all projects went through to ensure value for money and community benefit for the New South Wales taxpayer. Once a project was either recommended to be approved or not to be approved, they were sent to the Special Minister of State before any taxpayers' money went out the door. I had no role in the assessment or the approval of these projects. Of course, myself and my team then supported the caucus in announcing these projects. Over the last 12 months, many MPs across all political parties, community groups and councils have stated publicly how wonderful these initiatives have been for their local communities. These are small but vital projects that are often overlooked. Every seat in New South Wales received $400,000, which went to community organisations, which were able to deliver assistance to homeless people, support for migrant workers, funding for housing in the regions, funding for play equipment, walking pathways, tennis courts, and other small projects that deliver a huge benefit to local communities. The Auditor-General is doing a report into local small commitments, and I look forward to reading his report and recommendations in the event that the government wishes to pursue a similar program again in the future.
Thank you. And we will start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you for appearing today. Ms Burton, were you working for the Premier before the election when he was then Leader of the Opposition?
On a part-time basis, yes.
And did you have any involvement with the local small commitments program in the election campaign?
No. No.
So has your involvement's been from since the election, so post-election?
I would have assisted the Premier in the collection of commitments, obviously for Cogra, and giving him recommendations. But apart from that, that was my only involvement.
Just in his local seat?
Just in his local seat.
In the previous hearing a few weeks ago, we heard from Alison Morgan from the Premier's Department, who said regarding the list of projects for funding that, quote, the source of truth for us for the eligibility assessment was the list that was provided by the Premier's office on the 28th of July. Where did you receive the source of truth document from?
Well, I don't like to refer to it as the source of truth. It was actually election commitments, and I'd like to call them by their name. Okay. And I would have received it not long after starting in the Premier's office in April of 2023.
And who gave you that list?
Look, it was a very busy time, as you can imagine. Transition of government would have come from the campaign, I would imagine, but it was the list that I was advised was the election commitments prior to the election.
From Labor head office?
As I said, I can't remember, but it would have come from the campaign.
And do you know how the list would have been generated?
No, I had no. Prior to the campaign, I had absolutely no involvement.
Do you know if Josh Wright managed this process in the then Leader of the Opposition's office?
I was not aware of that, no.
So from your perspective, it was entirely run from Labor head office rather than the leader of the opposition's office?
No, that's not what I said. I said it would have come from wherever it came from. It was given to me, and my specific role, was to contact the candidates and to collect the contact details to prepare those lists to give to the department for assessment.
So was the list emailed to you or a hard copy? How did you get the list?
I think it was a hard copy.
So no email, no electronic
I don't
version of
remember.
it?
Look, it was 2 years ago, and as you can appreciate, we were coming into government. There was a lot going on. I think you would have had this experience in 2011. We hadn't been in government for 12 years, and there was a lot happening. But I did that list, was the list that I then contacted the council, the candidates, and then ensured that we had all the contact details that we needed to go through the process.
Sure, but surely you can appreciate the origin of the list is quite important. And I just find it a little bit extraordinary that there was only a hard copy handed to you. There's no electronic version of it. You don't know who provided it to you.
Well,
how did you know that you could trust what was on that document
when I contacted the candidates, I want to make the point that these were election commitments, okay? They were election commitments. And my job was to make sure that the contact details were there and commitments, specific commitments. They then were given to the department where they underwent a proper probity process to ensure community value, community benefit and value for money. And the election commitment was $400,000 per seat. And the reason that we did that was we wanted to take the politics out, and we wanted to make sure there was fairness across all of the 93 seats, regardless of who was elected.
Sure, but Ms Burton, can I put to you that this wasn't a grant process per se and that there were applications? You would agree that it was Labor candidates in each of those 93 seats that nominated projects, that's correct?
They were election commitments, yes.
But they were nominated from Labor candidates?
Absolutely, as election commitments.
So I guess I go back to my original question to you. If you're going to honour the election commitment, you've got a list which the Premier's the Premier's department have referred to multiple times as the list that they worked off, the list that you gave them. Can you tell us where that list came from and who gave it to you? How do you know that it was accurate in terms of election commitments if you can't even remember where it came from?
I'm telling you, because my job was to then contact the candidates and get the contact details. And when I did that, that was, as far as I was concerned, the information I was given by the candidates.
But you're telling us under oath today you don't remember who gave it to you or if you got a hard copy or an email. That's just extraordinary. How do you not remember?
No, it's not extraordinary. It's not extraordinary at all.
This is serious amounts of taxpayer money and you can't remember where the list came from for these commitments.
Which all went through a proper probity process and assessment process.
About after
well,
the
no,
election.
that's the importance.
We want to know the list that you bought from the election into government.
And I've explained
to you
how
who gave that to you, and you cannot tell us who gave it to you.
I've explained to you how we compiled those lists. We checked with the candidates.
You just didn't check who gave you the list.
We checked with the candidates to get the contact details. And then that list went into the department where all of those nominated projects went through a proper probity process. They were independent from me. I had no role in the assessment or the approval of these projects. And I think the important point here is the use of taxpayers' money. The use of taxpayers' money. And I think if you've got an issue with one of the commitments or any of the projects that went out the door, I think that, let us know what that is.
Our concern's more about the process than individual commitments, but you mentioned that you had to check with candidates, for contact details.
Correct.
Who was doing that work? Who was contacting the individual candidates to determine, to chase up the contact details?
Well, I would have been doing that.
Did you speak to all 93 Labor candidates?
Not all. As
how
I
do you
said,
know your list was accurate?
Once again, the list was what was committed prior to the election. And where I needed to get contact details, that's what I did. And I want to make this very strong distinction. The election commitment was $400,000 per seat for community organisations, NGOs and parks and playgrounds. That was the commitment made by Labor. That was the commitment. And we had to ensure that every seat got their $400,000. That was the most important thing. And that all of the projects that were given to the Premier's department went through an independent probity process. And that is what happened. So in the end, we have delivered what we committed to the community at the election. That has been delivered.
And how were the projects approved prior to the election?
I was not involved in any of that.
So you don't know how they were approved before the election. You were given a list that you're not sure where it came from or who put the list together, and then you give it to the Premier's department, and then the Premier's department's going from this single source of truth, but we're not sure who generated that list.
Well, I've explained that already. I've explained that in my answer.
Ms Burton, can I just ask you about the time frame of approval? So in terms of projects, I've got an example here for the Sydney electorate, and I'm happy to table some copies of these documents just so you can have one in front of you as well,
Yep.
what I'm referring to. But there's 9 projects for the electorate of Sydney approved on the 26th of July, and it says organiser person notified of email is Paul Mills. This is from the documents that came out in the call for papers, sorry. So can you just confirm then that all of those were projects that were nominated before the election if they were notified on that date in July?
No election commitments were changed, but what would have happened is as they were going through the process, in order to deliver $400,000 per seat, there would have been changes that were made going through that process. So in relation to that document, my role was to ensure that the contact details were there, which I did, and then it was passed on to the Premier's department for assessment.
So just to be clear, are you saying that after the election there were changes made to the projects?
While they were going through the probity process, and I'll give you an example. An example is RIDE, and I remember this quite well because there was a bit of argy-bargy between the council. So the actual, and I'll just go to it, the actual election commitment was...
Actually, I appreciate we just have very limited time. We've only
but
got a few minutes
you're
left.
making assertions.
Well, I wanted to ask
have
about
the right
Sydney. That's what the document is about. So I'd like
Yeah,
to
but you're
ask about-
asking if projects change, is that correct?
Yeah, I'm
Can
in
we
the
just,
context
I think,
of Sydney.
if you're coming to an example yourself?
Yes,
Right,
yeah.
go ahead.
So my question was about the electorate of Sydney, and that's what this document is about that I've just given to you.
Yep.
And there's the front page of that pack of documents will show an email that came again through the calls for papers, which shows handwritten changes being made to the Sydney allocations. And that was an image that came from, and I'm sorry, I'll probably mispronounce his name, and I apologise to the individual, George Saios, maybe? Does he work in your office?
Yes, he does.
Yes, okay. So this came through. Does he report to you? Is he part of the...
He's part of
your
my
unit?
team, yes.
Okay. There's a reference in here that you'll see handwritten on this email where it says Alex G/PO. What would that be referring to?
Well, the election commitments for Sydney that were made prior to the election were the ones that went forward for funding.
So who made those prior to the election in Sydney?
And it would have been the candidate.
And they were publicly announced?
I was not involved in that prior to the election.
But you got the list that you can't remember where it came from, but it had the Sydney announcements on it, presumably?
The list was, what was on that list, yes. That was what went forward for approval.
So, but this looks like the member for Sydney and the Premier's office have had a discussion about it post-election from the handwriting that's on top of this email. Would you agree?
Well, let me just state that the electorate of Sydney, the election commitments were $400,000 for homelessness shelters, and there was the list of projects that actually went through the probity process and were approved, and those were the ones that were committed prior to the election.
But that's different to the source of truth list that we've got.
No, it's not.
From Paul Mill. Yes, it is. There's differences in the figures and the amount, and what's actually gone out and approved is much more consistent with this handwritten document than it is with the original list from the
election
26th
commitments
of July.
that went through the process and taxpayers' money was released were the election commitments that were made prior to the election.
But there's discrepancies in terms of what was in the original spreadsheet and what's been announced for some of these projects. Some have fallen off. I'm just wondering, was there a discussion between your office and Alex Greenwich and his office in relation to the specifics of these projects post the election?
Well, what I can tell you is that the election commitments that were made prior to the election were the ones that went forward and went through the independent process and were approved.
Okay.
That's what I can tell you.
So can you tell me if there was a discussion between the Premier's office and the member for Sydney or his office about the allocation of this money and where it was going to after the election? That was my question.
He would have had strong views about where he felt that money should have gone.
So was there a meeting with him? Was there a discussion with him about where this money would go?
Probably there would have been. I mean, there would have been a discussion maybe, I don't know, but at the end of the day...
Were you involved in any discussions with him?
Yeah, I spoke to Alex. I spoke to Alex about getting the contact details for the organisations for the commitments.
Okay, because you didn't have those on your list from your candidate, presumably.
Pardon?
You said you needed to get contact details, and I thought you were asking Labor candidates for contact details, but you've now asked a non-Labor candidate in one seat for contact
yes, because I
details.
couldn't get them, yes.
Right. So then you didn't have details on the original list that you had pre-election then of what the breakdown was, or...?
Yeah, I knew what... Yes, well, that's why I would have contacted Alex. You've got to remember, it was 600 projects across 93 seats, but I would have contacted Alex to get the contact details for those election commitments.
Okay. And were there any discussions about changing any of the funding allocations or this hand sort of written on sheet, which is a copy of an email that someone has then handwritten on, crossing out certain organisations, changing the original column versus the Alex G PO column where some of the money is different? You don't have anything you can tell us about that particular...
I remember that the member for Sydney had very strong views about where he felt the individual money should go and what projects. However, once again, I will say that the projects that went forward to be assessed and the projects that were approved and the taxpayers' money that went out the door was the original ones prior to the election.
So there were no conversations with the member for Sydney that changed funding amounts or which organisations were getting money post the election?
I think he put forward his views very strongly.
Yeah.
But like I said, and this is the important point.
Nothing changed from that conversation in terms of the original commitment and what flowed out the door post-election?
Nothing changed from the original commitment and what went out the door. That's correct.
Can I just pick up on a few of the points you've just made, Ms. Burton? I think when we look at the Local Small Commitments Allocation Program guidelines that were published on 31st of July 2023, so 3 months after the election, in 3.2 it says eligible projects, all projects must, and then that first dot point is, have been nominated as an election commitment prior to the March 2023 election. When we have asked how people worked that out, whether there was some evidence of was there an email or was there something where each candidate kind of showed the people who were assessing and doing the probity on these projects, how they got comfortable with that, we were told that it was the list that came from yourself. You said in response to the questions from my colleagues just now that you can't recall where you got the original list. We're talking about a $40 million grants program that all hinges on that list being correct. Have you not gone back and looked at where that list came to you from?
Well, I dispute that question because the election commitment was $400,000 per seat.
$40 million across the state. $40 million of public money.
Correct, yes. For $400,000 per seat for community organisations, non-government organisations, for small projects that ordinarily would probably miss out on funding.
I'm well aware of the type of project.
And let me explain. These were election commitments. So the commitment itself was the $400,000 per seat. And even as you go through the process, the independent probity process that I was not involved in at all. And I want to draw the committee's attention to RIDE. Here is an example. So RIDE, the commitment was $400,000 for planning money for a Korean cultural centre. When that went through to the department, the council then said that they didn't want to spend the money on that because they couldn't afford a cultural centre or they didn't want a cultural centre. And And then,
So that money then went into unallocated?
so it went to parks and playgrounds.
Yep, that's what we would expect.
And even, but that's a change. So
Okay,
that's a change,
no,
right?
it's not.
So it's a
Sorry,
change.
can I just bring
It's
you
a
back?
change,
Sorry,
and-
Ms. Burton, if I could just bring you back. There are two stages to this. There's the stage of those that were made during the election commitment. For those ones that didn't make it then through or hadn't been allocated, they ended up in that sort of extra unallocated bundle with different rules. Now, if I could bring you back to that first part, I'm looking at the eligibility criteria for these particular grants that were election commitments. Are you telling us that anything that then ends up after the election as being funded is ergo an election commitment? Or did you do the work of looking at what had actually been committed prior to the election?
Well, when I my job was to contact the candidates, which is what happened, and just to collect details of the contact details for the commitments and also any seat specifics.
So we heard from a few candidates just before who were telling us that they hadn't had any contact, that it was all done through head office, that no one checked with them, that they didn't know what the list was. Did you speak with the people that we had on the panel just earlier?
I wouldn't recall. I know that I spoke to as many as possible, and in some cases, it really was where I couldn't get contact details. That was when I spoke to people.
So we asked Mr. Black, the candidate for Dubbo, about the $396,000. So he had an entire allocation of $400,000 listed in Part 1, so none of his went into that overflow for unallocated. And when we asked him about his commitment, he said he didn't make it during the election. He made it after the election. So how did his make it into the list?
Well, I don't know what happened prior to the election because I was not involved in that. But after the election, he probably he would have been contacted, and that was what we were given, and that was what went forward for to go through the process to be approved.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it was $400,000 for the seat of Dubbo, which was the election commitment, and $396,000 went to
when you
Parks
say
and
it
Playgrounds.
was the election commitment, are you treating the election commitment as being the $400,000 to a seat rather than to a particular project?
Well, they had to be in the end because that was the commitment that we made to the people of New South Wales. The commitment that we made, was that every seat would get, take the politics out, every seat would get $400,000 for community organisations.
Yeah.
Please let me finish. Or parks and playgrounds, okay? And if you've got a particular project that you think is unworthy, then I'd say bring that forward.
Can I just bring you back to the question? Because nobody has at any point in this inquiry suggested that any of these projects aren't worthy. We're looking at the process.
Well, you are.
No, we are not. We are looking at the process of how these were allocated and whether it was done in a way that is in compliance with all of the different rules and ethics that we like to work by. Can I just bring you back to that question about when you said that election commitment was $400,000 per seat.
Correct.
This eligibility criteria talks about the project having to have been nominated before the election. I gave you that Dubbo example. How is it possible that made it onto your list if it hadn't actually been nominated prior to the election?
They were the projects that we were given, and that was what went forward for funding.
Who were you given them by?
I've already said that. Well, he would have probably been contacted, I would say. As I said, there was 600 projects, 93 electorates. He would have been contacted. I mean, he would have been contacted, and they were the projects that would have been given, and they were the ones that would have gone ahead for funding. But I also want to add that those projects all went through a proper probity process.
Okay, I'm not asking
No,
about
you
that.
are.
With respect, you keep trying to talk about things that aren't the actual
This is
question
the point.
or
The point is
the
how is
focus of this
taxpayers' money
inquiry.
spent?
I'm asking.
Process which you in the opposition are going on about ad nauseum includes probity. So the witness is quite within her rights to throw probity into her answer, and I think you should let her articulate her answer in that context.
I'd be happy to hear others' thoughts, but really this goes to the relevance of the question. I'm not asking for the deflection to other issues. I'm talking about the particular time of the election.
Surely the witness has a right to answer as she sees fit, and who on earth would think probity is not part of the process?
No one is saying that, it wasn't part of the process during the election.
Well, that's a political statement.
All right. let's continue without the interference. So, you made it very clear in your comments so far that this had to be a commitment made prior to the election, and also that you had checked with the candidates. But you've told us, I don't know, I guess I find it hard to believe that you don't know where that original list came from with $40 million worth of projects on it. Did you go and look before you appeared today to refresh your memory?
Well, it would have come from the campaign, so I'm not sure exactly where, and I'm not, because it was a very busy time, and I have explained this. We were setting up government, we were coming into government after 12 years of not being in government. That's only happened 3 times in 30 years, and I'm sure the other side will recognise that that's a very, very busy time. There is a lot going on, and where I could not get contact details, I contacted candidates, but that list was the list of election commitments, and they were then compiled with contact details and given to the department for assessment.
So I have a lot of sympathy for you as someone just doing your job. You've got a list and off you go and you do your bit.
Correct.
I guess what I'm finding it really hard to understand, though, is the lack of memory of where the list came from for such an important stream of funding. Can you tell us, when you say campaign, who do you mean? Who is the class of people it could be? Just for the layperson, what does campaign mean?
Well, it would have come, I guess, from the campaign itself, as all election commitments do.
Sorry, what do you mean, campaign itself?
Well, the campaign.
Sorry, every party has a different way of doing things, and I don't think the public understand what the campaign means either. Do you mean the campaign team or the campaign office? Was it Sussex Street? Who was it?
I really don't remember, so I don't recall. So.
You
are
under oath.
I know.
You don't. You honestly don't recall.
No, it was a very busy time. We were setting up for government. But what I can tell you is that all of those commitments that went in, they were independently assessed, and that they were then subsequently either approved or not approved. There was a proper process set up to ensure community benefit and value for money. So
I'm not concerned with the process after the event. I'm trying to work out how those commitments got onto the list in the first place. Are you sort of saying now that this is the dead end, that you can't tell me? Presumably it was delivered to you in a paper envelope.
They were election commitments. That's all. That they were election commitments.
Except that they weren't. So we know, for example, that the one in Dubbo wasn't an election commitment. We know that
that's not true.
Sydney
it was $396,000 for parks and playgrounds, and that's exactly where the money went.
No, that was in the overflow. Unallocated bit would go to parks and playgrounds. This was actually allocated as part of the $400,000 that then went through the local small commitments allocation program probity on the basis of a list that you provided. So if we want to talk about the probity, it was all done on the basis of a list. So it checked off one part of the guidelines on the basis of the list you gave them, which we've now discovered not to be correct.
But the point here is that all of the election commitments went through a proper process before any taxpayers' money was spent. And that is the test here.
Well, that's the test that you are offering up. That's not necessarily the test that the public would.
Is it possible, Chair, just to allow the witness to finish her evidence before we move on to something else? I mean, she's explaining, as you pointed out, you pointed out under oath, and I think it's appropriate that she be paid the courtesy of being allowed to complete her evidence. Rather than, if you wish, we can swap places. And I'm very happy if you...
Okay, I think I've heard enough, Mr Primrose.
Well, so have we. I'd like to hear some more from the witness.
I also, just because I'm chair, don't have to allow the witness to go off track and not be held
you do need
to being
allow
relevant.
Her the due courtesy under the procedural fairness resolution to complete her answers.
It's interesting you didn't raise these points of order against anyone else. Ms Burton, if I could ask you...
Point of order, Chair.
Go ahead. how is that relevant? I just think that's completely offensive to Mr. Primrose and Ms. Burton, who's here voluntarily to give evidence,
wasn't it?
Trying to assist the committee by answering
She's actually not here
questions.
voluntarily.
Trying to assist the committee to answer questions, and you continuously
if you could stop wasting my time and allow me to ask my questions. I've heard your point of order. Thank you. Could I ask you, do you think that the list would have been sent to your government email address? I no. I don't recall. So no.
But at that time you were working for government.
Yeah, the list was given to me. I then got all of the contact details of the different organisations and then gave that list to the department. That was my role. I've answered your question.
And it was given just to you, not to you and other people, or copied or made generally available to a group of people? Just
No,
to
it was
you?
just given to me, yeah.
And in a hard copy, you think?
That's my recollection, yes.
Does that strike you as being odd?
No.
Okay.
They're election commitments.
All right. I think we're just hearing the same thing over and over. I will stop there and hand over to the government. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for appearing, Ms. Burton. I just want to walk you through some of these process issues which the opposition and the Chair were sort of trying to make some sort of grand conspiracy theory. So this list that fell out of the sky, which is the implication of the questioning, presumably what happened was, and it's come out in the evidence this morning, so you have a whole bunch of candidates who, heaven forbid, identify commitments in their seat that they're running for, seeking to get election, and they were asked to solicit those projects by virtue of their candidacy. Someone compiles a spreadsheet of all those commitments, you're given the spreadsheet, and then it was your job to cross-check with contact details and then put it through the proper internal processes for subsequent probity and then payment. Is that pretty much it?
Correct. And I think it's really important to point out that there's a very big separation in all of the processes that have happened. So there was the process prior to the election, which were election commitments, and they were straight out election commitments. And any candidate is able to make an election commitment based on community need, and put that forward to say that, if our party is successful, these are the election commitments that we will give to you. The big thing about this program was that it was unusual in the sense that it was $400,000 across all 93 seats, regardless of who was returned to office in those seats. So that meant that no seat would be worse off. And I think if we go into it and say, these sort of aspersions that something untoward happened and all of that sort of stuff is just not the case, because after that, there was a process that was set up by the Premier's department where all of these projects went through an independent process. And while I might have added the contact details and all of those sorts of things to assist the department, once that list went into the department, I had no involvement. Neither did any of the candidates. They had no involvement in the assessment and they had no involvement in the approval. And the important thing, as you know, in government is how are we spending taxpayers' money? Now, all of these projects, and I've got examples here of the coalition MPs being very, and I'd like to read some out. There's Adam Crouch. Great to see the upgrade of the Wamburrel Memorial Hall playground is underway. Well done, Central Coast Council. This new play space will be a fantastic addition for families in our community. And that was the delivery of $60,000 to Central Coast Council for the Wamburrel Memorial Hall play space renewal. He's in here for Empire Bay Tennis Courts as well, $100,000 to the Empire Bay Tennis Club towards resurfacing 2 tennis courts, $100,000.
These are things identified either identified by the Labor candidate or subsequently spilt over to councils that the sitting member is getting
Correct.
credit for. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I think the point that I've tried to make here today is that the overarching election commitment, which was costed by the PBO and published on the 20th of March, was the $39.2 million program of $400,000 per seat. So if you look at Adam Crouch again with the Jaramba amenities block, then you've got Adam Crouch actually writing to the Premier, making sure that these funding commitments are going to be met, these election commitments. We've got Matt Cross for the Kalara Rural Fire Service, $200,000, which was also one of the commitments. The James Griffin, the MP for Manly, works are underway for the new play area at Ivanhoe Park behind Manly Oval, and that was $100,000 to Northern Beaches Council for the implementation of the Ivanhoe Park Master Plan. Paul Toole, the Ninja Park, opened a makeover of O'Keefe Park. The project wouldn't have been possible without grant funding of $208,000 from the New South Wales Government, and will no doubt become a favourite for locals looking to train like a ninja. And the list goes on. There's Mark Hodges, the member for Castle Hill.
So this is an interesting expose, isn't it? Because the slur of pork barrelling, which has been bandied around quite a bit surrounding the media on this inquiry and in this inquiry, would imply that a political party gets the sole benefit from taxpayers' money. But what's happened here, as by virtue of it going across every single seat, is that you actually had incumbent opposition MPs and Green MPs benefiting from the allocation that was made originally. It's hardly pork barrelling, is it? I mean, my understanding of pork barrelling is it's a one-sided affair to favour a political party.
Well, it's even better than that. If we go back to RIDE, the election commitment was Labor will invest $400,000 to begin planning and development of a new cultural centre in Eastwood. And as I tried to explain before, that the council said that they didn't want that $400,000 because they weren't going to build a Korean cultural centre. So they actually refused the money. So in order for us, which I go back to the points I made earlier, in order for us to fulfil our election commitment of $400,000 per seat on community organisations, NGOs, parks and playgrounds and what have you, it went to the council, and I've got and I'd like to have it on the record that in the case of RIDE, a completely changed project, that the member for RIDE has put out in his electorate communications. The only way to sustain RIDE's growth is by ensuring we continue to invest and upgrade our parks, roads, schools and hospitals. Over the course of the last year, I've been working closely with stakeholder groups, local residents and RIDE and Parramatta councils on local parks and sporting facilities in need of state government funding. I'm pleased to announce we've secured 5 projects, including Mobbs Lane Playground upgrade of $36,000, the Waterloo Park Playground upgrade for $160,000, and Marsville Park amenities upgrade for $110,000, and the basketball court upgrade and seating $60,000, and the baseball amenities upgrade $34,000, which looks nothing like the original commitment that was made. And so when we start talking about projects, it's always about the overarching commitment, which was the $400,000 per seat, and ensuring that no matter who got elected into that seat, that was delivered, which tick is done, to community groups, parks and playgrounds. That's done.
And that was purposely designed to even out the political benefit. In other words, Mr. Lane, who's that member you're talking about in RIDE, can now go to the next election saying, I had a role in delivering this, even though he probably didn't have much of a role, but the point is he gets the political benefit regardless of his persuasion. And that was the whole point of the program, wasn't it?
Well, the point of the program was to take the politics out and to say, and to give faith back to the community and say that no matter how you vote, democratic vote, you will get $400,000 for either community organisations, NGOs or parks and playgrounds. So, of course, the nature of them had to change when they were going through that process. Some organisations had to withdraw.
Yeah.
Some councils didn't want to spend the money on whatever was earmarked prior to the election. So back to my point of earlier, where there's been a lot of discussion about the lists, in the end, like there might have been a couple, like the bulk went through, but there might have been a couple of changes based on the ability for the council or the organisation to deliver, and ensuring that we were going to give every community $400,000.
Yeah, so the any differential between what was committed prior and what was delivered post would either shake out by virtue of inability to deliver for timeframes or whatever, or probity checks. So this idea that this list there was some sort of nefarious intention of this list appearing in paper to you and some sort of ulterior motive, you would have had a massive incongruence when you started ringing candidates to say, what's this 20,000 about, what's this 50? We don't know anything. I mean, it would have shown up in those phone calls when you're actually asking them with their contact details what they'd promised, and it's got to go through the property probity checks. So there's a tight correlation between the original list and the final deliverables, notwithstanding those two criteria. That's basically it, isn't it? And that's borne out in the evidence.
Correct. And for the record, I want to say that all of the stages were very separate. So the election commitments were made, which I was not a part of that process. The list was then compiled in the sense of what are the contact details and all of that. That was then given to the department. The department set up an independent process, which myself and the candidates were not involved in. And this is what makes it different to community building partnerships, because with community building partnerships, the guidelines and everything's all built around it before it goes out to ask interested organisations, and the MP themselves are the assessor. With local small commitments, and I really want to drive this home, they were election commitments made during an election. So but the overarching commitment being that every seat had to get the same. So of course, there were things that a few things that may have changed between the election and the approvals, but the approval process was separate. The candidates were not involved in anything to do with the assessment or approval of any of these projects. And I will just wanted to go there particularly with, in relation to the guidelines. The Cabinet Secretary, Kate Boyd, did say in her answer in budget estimates on this very issue is that that she thinks that the grants guide itself does contain some guidance for agencies, whereas slavish adherence to the criteria wouldn't be in the public interest. There is clearly some flexibility around that, provided that it's appropriately documented, which I think everything, the approval, how they went through the approval process and the reason, everything is available publicly. She said the grant doesn't, she goes, if the grant doesn't quite meet the criteria, in any event, we recommend that it be approved. For example, that the advice that those decisions are all meant to be public under the guide, so there's transparency around that, which is what happened. There's a lot of transparency in relation to the approval and the taxpayers' money, which should be of any government, which is particularly true of ours, is the main concern, is that there was a probity process and that every bit of taxpayers' dollar that went out the door had gone through the community benefit test and had gone through the value for money test for taxpayers. And as I've stated, you can see that all sides of politics have been very welcoming of these projects. She further goes on to say, I think the important point is that each expenditure of public money has been independently assessed, which it has, by a public service agency, and a recommendation had been made to the Minister, who's the decision maker, which is what happened, as to whether this expenditure is in the public interest. So it's really, really important distinction to make that all of these, before the election and post-election, the assessment and the approvals were all done separately.
In fact, probably unheard of compared to previous election campaigns.
Right, that's
Correct.
time.
Correct.
That brings us to the end of our session. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or questions that may be asked of you as supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start the broadcast. Thank you. Welcome back to our next set of witnesses. If I could ask each of you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
I'll go first. Heath Jess, Managing Director at Procurement Co. In the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
And I'm Michael Batiste, a Principal Advisor, Procurement Co. And the affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to commence by making a short opening statement?
Yeah, I just wanted to provide some context, if that's okay.
Please.
So our firm, following a competitive request for quote process under the New South Wales Government's Performance and Management Services Probity Services Panel, were engaged on the 25th of July 2023 to provide probity advisory services. Procurement Co were not involved in the design of the LCA program and therefore are unable to speak to any of the events that predate our engagement of 25 July, as we're not across these activities or the decision-making process. And would you like me to state our scope items that we're engaged under contract to deliver? So prepare a probity plan for the program, review and provide comments on the LSCA program guideline, review and provide comment on the LSCA assessment plan, review any conflict of interest notifications, attend assessment panel moderation meetings, prepare a final probity report at completion of the program, and provide advice on probity-related issues throughout the program.
Excellent. Thank you. We will start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you so much for appearing today and for the work that you've done. So just to reiterate, so you started on 25th of July 2023 with your scope of work, yeah, and you assessed the conflicts of interest that Labor candidates essentially could potentially have. You reviewed 17, is that right? Conflicts of interest declarations by candidates?
I'm not sure of the exact number, but we were given a list of conflicts by candidates, and yeah, we reviewed those, and I believe that timing of that was from the 31st of October to the 21st of November.
Yeah.
We were asked to conduct that review.
2023.
2023, sorry.
Yeah. And who gave you that list? Was it the Premier's Department? Alison?
It
was
the program office.
Yeah. Okay, great. And so at the election, there were 93 Labor candidates that committed funding to their electorates. Let's just say it's 17 or however many you were given. You weren't asked to assess all of the candidates, like all 93. It was a subset of that. That's right.
Correct.
The ones that, and the conflicts that you were asked to assess, were they self-declared conflicts?
I believe that those candidates have been provided a COI form, and they were the conflicts that they had declared themselves. Yes.
Right. Okay. So it is possible that that of the 93 candidates at the election, that it is possible that candidates may not have self-identified, but may have had a conflict, because you were only asked to look at the ones that you were given. You weren't asked to look at every single candidate that stood for election that made commitments.
Correct.
Thank you. And outside of the conflicts of interest declarations that you were asked to assess, were there other probity or integrity measures that you were asked to look at beyond that?
So I suppose the main element of our scope is supporting the assessment of the submissions.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would then come into attendance at the assessment panel meetings to ensure that they're in line with the assessment plan. And then if there's any nominated conflicts by the assessment panel members, reviewing those. But that's sort of the majority of the scope we've delivered. That it was only a few weeks, that COI process, of the nearly 2 years we've been engaged.
So value for money as well, is that was as part of that process? Yeah.
So value for money was a consideration by the independent assessors, but that's as probity advisors, we don't contribute to or advise on the assessment process by the assessors.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Can I? Sorry, yeah. I just wanted. So you just said before, Mr. Jess, that there were some that were supplied to you as conflict of interest that needed to be, I guess, assessed from a probity perspective from your organisation. And then I think you said that was like only took a few weeks, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but a shortish period of time. So can you just elaborate a bit further, and I'm sorry if I've missed it, but like what other sort of probity checks are you doing in relation to these projects as opposed to just conflict of interest? What's the ongoing work, or what else was there?
Yeah, and that would be the majority of our scope is, so as the submissions go through the assessment process, we attend those assessment panel meetings to ensure that the assessment is in. So that is for all intents and purposes the majority of the scope.
Okay, so when you've got the independent assessors who are from within the department are sitting there going through the projects, you're there or someone from your team is there as well as a probity, right?
Correct.
Do you recall, or are you able to give any advice in relation to some of the specifics? Have there been any conversations around particular seats, project scope changing, funding amounts changing in those discussions with the assessors, or has that happened to your recollection?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
And not to my knowledge either.
Okay, so thank you.
Were you ever asked to look into the commitments made in the electorate of Riverstone?
As far as the assessment of those applications, or
in terms of the conflicts,
it would be purely in the list of the list of councils we were given. Let me see, Riverstone, you say?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, bear with me. No, it doesn't appear so on the quick review.
Are you able to, do you have the list there of which electorates you were asked to, or candidates you were asked to look into from a conflicts of interest perspective? Are you able to share them with us?
Yeah. I can.
Assuming there's
Do you
not.
just want me to read through?
Yeah,
or?
that would be great. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I need the font up. Okay, so Blacktown electorate.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want the names of the
just the electorates are fine. Yeah.
Blacktown electorate, Camden electorate, Clarence electorate, Drummoyne electorate, Kiama electorate, Wayne Cove electorate, sorry, my PDF's not.
If you want to take it on notice, it might be easier. You can provide the list to us on notice. That might be easier rather than reading them all out now. Yeah, thank you. Is it of any concern to Procurement Co from an integrity perspective that the projects themselves were most likely received on a list from Labor headquarters. So this is in the pre-election phase, not any work that you did post-election, but in the pre-election phase, there was a list that was compiled together of projects. Is that of any concern to Procurement Co?
So we didn't have any say, nor did we review the design of the grant process, and I suppose it falls outside the bounds of our particular engagement. So it was obviously the projects that were then submitted, and those applications obviously ensured they aligned with the assessment process, but at no time have we been asked to review or provide advice on anything pre-engagement.
And did anyone raise any concerns with you during your process outside of the conflicts of interest work that you had done about the integrity of the scheme more broadly?
No, not to us.
I think that's almost everything I've got. I suppose just in terms of in the end, the projects that were knocked out, if I can put it that way, and then the ones that were determined as a moderate probity risk. What was the difference between the ones that you identified quite a large number as moderate probity risk, but two I think you identified as a high risk, and they were essentially removed from consideration? What were the sort of factors at play between a moderate and a high probity risk?
The key difference was if the official or them or their family played a role in governance of the organisation in question that had submitted an application, or there was any type of potential financial benefit that may have resulted from that particular application. They were where it fell into high.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I just double check when you were reading out the scope? So obviously you were brought on board on the 25th of July 23. The program guidelines were published on the 31st of July 23. You said that you had no involvement in the structure of the grants program. Did you use those program guidelines or have any input into the program guidelines at all?
So we were as part of our engagement, the guideline was provided, but I don't think we had any changes required.
So yeah, we were provided the draft guideline to review, and there weren't any significant changes that we could identify, noting the design of the program at the time.
Thank you. I've been focused on section 3.2 of the guidelines, which talks about, in that very first dot point, it says that for a project to be eligible, it must have been nominated as an election commitment prior to the March 2023 election. And I've been trying to find out, I guess, how that aspect of compliance with the guidelines has been checked or ensured. And we've heard from prior witnesses that really it was on the basis of what the Premier's department or the Premier's office had sent across to them. And then that was sort of assumed to then be, as Mr. Rath keeps saying, a sort of a single source of truth. But that was then the list of election commitments. Did you look at all into that aspect of compliance with the guidelines? Did you have any thoughts around the way that had been sort of drafted as well?
So it was, once again, so that particular compliance check was something that was conducted by the program office rather than ourselves. So we didn't actively, as part of our scope, check whether that aligned. Those core components about whether a project's eligible or not fall to that first round check from the program office.
Fair enough, thank you. In terms of, there was a lot of Labor candidates who were also councillors where grants were being proposed as pre-election commitments, not in the overflow bit that went in afterwards, but during the actual pre-election commitment stage, that were proposed to go towards the council that they were currently sitting on. Was that something that was considered in those conflict of interest checks?
So in the conflicts it was, and it was considered that was part of their duties in their roles, as far as they were a councillor, and also I guess a political affiliations or community affiliations with most candidates. So it was seen as one part of their role that they would have obviously been involved with the council, and two, I guess the mitigation for those particular issues is any of the candidates are in no way involved in the assessment process, whilst they therefore have no say on what's a good project. As far as the assessment process, so they still need to go through scored against that criteria by the assessment panel.
Mm-hmm. So did you look at all into Ryde? Was that an electorate that you had any cause to look at?
Sorry, I'm searching Excel while we talk. Is it City of Ryde?
Yeah.
Yeah, there were some.
In what electorates?
Sorry. And is this in the Lane Cove electorate? Is that right?
I don't know why I thought it was actually a Ryde. It must be Lane Cove. Sorry, it says here Ryde candidate, but I think we must be Lane Cove. Apologies.
No, you're right. So there were some conflicts raised in regard to the Lane Cove electorate.
Yeah. Okay. So I understand that in relation to the allocation that was proposed to the City of Ryde Council, that the council came back saying that this was something that was actually going to cost a lot more than the amount that had been first proposed. I think it was going to be in the order of sort of $15 million. And there was then some sort of back and forth with the council about coming up with another project that could fit within that amount. Did you... Sorry, I just wondering...
No, you're right.
No,
not.
So that's not part of the conflict of interest work we did, and I don't recall us being involved in any conversation between the Premier's Department and the council about that.
So what was the conflict of interest that you were looking into then in terms of that particular allocation?
So for City...
So it wasn't to do with the allocation.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was. It was in regards to that they were a councillor, I believe.
Okay, all right. So just coming back to that, I guess the idea of if you've got a candidate in a electoral area where they're spanning, say, 3 different council areas, but they've decided to allocate money or to suggest that money be allocated to their or the council that they happen to be sitting on. How was that, I guess, considered in terms of the probity risk or the risk of or the conflict of interest sort of assessment that you were then doing?
That was outside our scope, that consideration as well.
Okay, so there was...
So the design and the allocation of funding was outside the scope of what we were engaged to advise on.
Because the question as to what projects were put forward by each candidate, once again, I guess, spoke to the initial design, which we weren't part of, nor were asked to.
Yeah, okay.
We weren't asked probity advice per project.
Okay.
So effectively, the assessment process goes through that, and obviously then we ensure probity of conflicts and any deviations from the approved process.
And was there any consideration given in the conflicts of interest sort of, factors, the fact of where this had originated from? Did it make any difference that these were suggestions that were coming out of an election campaign as opposed to sort of in the ordinary course where you might, a member might propose, for instance, one of their sort of local groups for an allocation? Was there any sort of consideration of the fact that this was a commitment during an election? Did that matter for conflict of interest?
Well, for our particular scope, I suppose the program had been approved and was in place. So therefore, once again, we were never asked to sort of go back and review any of that in regards to the design of the process. So purely as far as our engagement and what we were focusing on, it was ensuring that each submission, whichever council it is or whatever particular program that then aligns with that assessment process.
Okay, thank you. That's very, very useful. I'll hand over to the government.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for appearing. I just want to kind of flesh out some of your understanding. So, my understanding is the Minister, the Special Minister of State, identified the electorates which subsequently went through to you to do the probity checks on the basis that potential conflicts were either raised with him, and then he added a layer whereby if you were both a sitting councillor and a candidate, you would be brought into that net too, and that's how he distilled those electorates that came to you. Is that your understanding?
We weren't provided with that context. It was purely we would like you to undertake conflicts of interest for the particular
for these suite of
yeah.
And can you just
Correct.
walk us through then the process of determining the conflicts, maybe giving us an example of the various gradients of conflicts and then what was the threshold for we recommend this one doesn't get funding? Just so we're right across the process. Yeah.
So once again, we never recommended that any project doesn't get funding. We just nominated conflicts, and then what happened with that process after that was once again for the assessment process to conduct.
Yeah.
So in that time frame, end of October 2023, we were provided a document which was the process for engaging with local MPs and Labor candidates to complete a declaration of any interest in nominated projects, and within that document, four key conflicts were nominated, and they were nominated and categorised against various conflicts, and then based on that, those four key conflicts which were raised and the actions and mitigations, we then ranked those against three bases: a low risk, a moderate risk, and a high risk. So the low risks were deemed to be conflicts, to not be conflicts or perceived conflicts only, and didn't require further action or treatment. So that might have been, a volunteer for a party, works for that organisation or something like that, but no actual direct connection from the MP. And then the moderate risk, those that required some further consideration. However, through the assessment process and the fact that the MPs have no direct involvement with the assessment or the approval process, that any potential conflicts were then mitigated through the program and its design. And then the higher risk were deemed to be actual conflicts of interest. And there's those examples given before that the person in question is part of the governance of that particular organisation, or they potentially could be perceived or may benefit financially.
So I think one example of that last category, the high risk, would be the Tamworth example, which the witness gave evidence earlier this morning, and that was on the basis that, irrespective of the fact that there was no pecuniary interest, the fact that she was a delegate from the council to Landcare in this case, and therefore had perceived conflicting roles between her candidacy and her role on that body to gain potential funding. I think the decision was made that was high, and therefore the government's decision was that the money, it's pretty rigorous stuff, isn't it? Like, in terms of, because if you look at it purely based on the mechanics of it, that's a organisation which in this case was a non-for-profit doing good community work. In this case, the money was hypothecated to koala preservation, but notwithstanding the fact that it was going to a good use and she didn't get paid, it was still deemed to be high risk, and therefore the government knocked that parcel of funding out. That's a pretty rigorous example of where that probity process criteria served up by you and then used by the government to say they're not qualifying for the funding. That would be pretty good process, I would have thought.
So I would say yes, and the process, that COI process didn't look at the merits of a project, because it wasn't, again, scope. It was very much the question.
Yep.
And so there was this, there was the conflict of interest declaration process that we've spoken about, and there have been questions on. And from that, there was still a probity risk identified in a probity risk recommendation. When every project was then submitted, it still went through the assessment process. So it was still assessed by the independent assessors. It was given a recommended for funding, not recommended funding, based on the program guidelines and assessment. But then when you combined the assessment recommendation and the risk recommendation, then those two recommendations went together to the Special Minister of State for him to consider.
Yeah, okay. It sounds like a pretty rigorous process. That's all from me, Chair.
Okay, any other questions? No, I think that's all we have for now. Thank you so much. That's been incredibly helpful. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or there are supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that concludes this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, let's recommence with our next witnesses. Thank you very much for coming along this afternoon. If I could ask each of you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation. And I'll start with you, Mr. Burgett.
My name is Hugo Bergeron. I'm Acting Executive Director of Funding, Disclosure and Compliance. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Ms McCallum.
Thank you. Rachel McCallum, Electoral Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Emmett.
My name is Arthur Emmett. I'm the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of New South Wales. I swear by Almighty God that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Would you like to commence by making a short opening statement at all?
No, thank you.
Very good. Okay, over to the opposition.
Thank you for coming today. Good to see you again, Ms McCallum. We have to stop meeting like this.
My
I
pleasure.
think it's 3 times in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I wanted to first ask about election commitments. And my understanding is that there's no sort of conflict of interest register or declaration at the moment that candidates need to make when they sort of announce election commitments for funding or projects or things like that. Would it be feasible to establish such a register? Not to track every single electorate and every single candidate, but more if candidates identified a potential conflict in the funding decisions that they were announcing during an election campaign.
I'm assuming that you're asking whether it be feasible to establish one that the Electoral Commission might have some role in
that's right.
administering. I suppose my answer to that is it is feasible, but how it might be administered would depend, how easily it might be to administer it for us would depend upon the way the legislation was drafted and the funding provided. I wouldn't see it as necessarily something that would be relevant to the administration of an election, or indeed even if we're thinking about conflicts of interest that might arise if the candidate were to be elected and form part of a decision-making process from government. If that's the sort of conflict that we're talking about, it isn't necessarily similar to the other kinds of administration around the integrity of the election, but as at a is it possible level? Yes, it would be possible.
Yeah, I think more for the election campaign, so pre-election rather than post-election, that that a candidate, if they felt they had a potential conflict with an election commitment, that they could potentially self-declare it, and it could be on the Electoral Commission website as a type of declaration that they could make, which they currently can't do at the moment.
Yes, well, there are some pre-election disclosure requirements already in the state context, so it is possible to introduce some kind of disclosure regime, I suppose, in relation to that.
What are they? You mean with like the Parliamentary Budget Office and things like that?
No, I mean in relation to donations pre-election.
Oh, right, yes.
Donation disclosure.
No, good point. What kind of enforcement mechanism would need to be necessary to back up such a register to ensure declarations would be forthcoming? I assume it would have to be self-declared rather than the Commission sort of looking through every candidate, which would be too onerous.
Yes, I might take that on notice but I might just say now that it depends whether it was, if you're talking about enforcement, what are we enforcing? Are we enforcing the obligation to disclose a conflict, or is there, or the failure to disclose a conflict, or were we being asked to look into what actually emerged after the election and investigate that that situation? I think that's quite different from the was a conflict disclosed or not. So in that case, there are the current scheme in relation to the disclosure of donations has a regime which the Electoral Commission, rather than myself as Electoral Commissioner, so I am a member of the Electoral Commission, and Mr Emmett's the chair of the Electoral Commission, so it would fall on the Commission itself to determine how to best to go about compliance and enforcement action if there was a requirement
Yeah.
to disclose this.
No, thank you. And I think it's sort of one of those things where it can give it might not necessarily be a punitive thing, but it's more if you're a candidate, for instance, and you might be the president of, say, the hockey club, and you know that hockey club needs $100,000 for, say, new lighting to play at night or something like that, but there's no mechanism at the moment to declare that conflict during the election campaign. So you can make the announcement, but you can't really declare it. I suppose it's probably up to political parties to do their own sort of declarations, but the Electoral Commission doesn't have any role in that as of yet, I assume.
No, not now.
Did the Electoral Commission ever receive any complaints regarding the local small commitment allocation during the 2023 state election?
My understanding is we did not.
Yeah. And what rules currently exist for the use of funding or spending pledges for, that might be presented on election signage or in promotional material, including online? Does the Electoral Commission have any role in terms of, political material that might be distributed that announces spending promises?
The extent of the Electoral Commission's role in relation to electoral material is looking at whether it is complying electoral material in accordance with the Electoral Act. So I can't think of any section of that provision that would go to the question of the funding commitments that any political party might make in relation to their campaign.
Thank you for that. Is there a point in which, and I know the Electoral Commission doesn't have powers regarding things like pork barrelling, for instance, but is there a point where pork barrelling could get so bad that it could become bribery in a sense, that the Electoral Commission might step in or might have a role?
I hesitate to ask for clarification on what pork barrelling is, but
Yes.
if
everyone's got their own definition.
If you mean, if what you mean is promises by any participant in the election about funding commitments that might be made were they to be elected, then I think we would be guided by the Electoral Act, looking at those through the lens of the electoral bribery offence in the Electoral Act, and whether or not the public statements made or the commitments made were consistent with the exceptions that exist in that provision. So there are, as you're probably aware, there is an exemption in relation to declarations of public policy and statements about public action. So most election campaign commitments about what might be done if the person was elected in relation to funding and announcements that are made during a campaign would in our view fall within that exemption. But we would look on, if someone were to make an allegation about that, we would obviously look at each matter and consider whether it was within the scope of that provision.
You couldn't, I assume, promise or you couldn't, I assume there's already laws in place to ensure that you can't buy votes in the sense of, giving gifts to an individual on the basis that you come and vote, for a particular candidate. But I suppose it's that, you could promise to give money to their community group that they might be in, or grant funding to their business or industry group or something, which is completely legitimate, but you couldn't then promise money to an individual for their own benefit. And I suppose it's where that line gets crossed, that it's an issue for the Electoral Commission versus not an issue for the Electoral Commission, which might get murky at times as well.
Well, yes, I would just perhaps draw the attention of the committee to Section 209 of the Electoral Act, which does set out what the elements of that offence are and what the exclusions are as well. So that does deal with some of the issues, and we would be analysing any allegation or views that we took in that with reference to that section.
Thanks. Is there any penalties or enforcement for after the election where candidates that weren't elected are posing in some way as the elected representative? So if it through sorry about that, talking with my hands too much. If there are candidates that fail to get elected, but then after the election are in some way sort of posing as the elected representative, is there any penalty or enforcement mechanism that the Electoral Commission has in place for trying to prevent that from occurring?
I'm not aware of any, but if I could, unless my colleagues here would like to...
Section 237. The Court of Disputed Returns can declare an election invalid if there's been a contravention of Section 209, I think.
Right.
And if I could add to that, perhaps, so I could take on notice the part about if there is a specific offence that covers the conduct that you mentioned, as I understand it. I'm not aware of one. I'm not aware of one, but I must also say I haven't ever come across that before. So I will take that on notice if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. And I suppose it's also at what point after the elections, say you run as the Liberal candidate for Sydney or something like that, and then after the election, the election has concluded, at what point do you no longer hold that title or position to campaign in as well? Is probably something maybe you take it on notice, unless at what point you haven't been pre-selected by your party for the 2027 election, for instance, but the election has concluded in 2023. At what point does your role end as the as an election candidate?
I might take that on notice as well. I mean, the Electoral Commissioner does declare the election, but I might take that on notice because there's quite a specific element to your question that I might be able to elaborate on on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I suppose just a sort of final broad one from me. What oversight, if any, does the Electoral Commission have over party election strategies and campaigning? I know the Electoral Commission in the past has been hesitant to get too involved in truth in political advertising type things, but what powers do you currently have when it comes to election strategies and campaigning in terms of the communications that are put out there by political candidates and political parties?
The powers are quite limited that we have in relation to campaign strategies, and it is confined to those provisions in the Act that regulate electoral material, as I mentioned earlier, and also I would add to that statements that might convey that the person making the statement, or falsely convey that the person making the statement was from the Electoral Commission. But beyond those elements, it is an administrative role in relation to registration, nomination, and ensuring that those electoral material rules are followed. There are powers in relation to the conduct of people at polling places or around voting centres as well, which to me don't have an immediate relevance to your question, of course, there.
Thank you.
Thank you. I might just pick up on that sort of Section 209 point. That's one that I've been sort of really trying to grapple with and to come to sort of grips with its application. I think when I look at this, there's a broad scope of things that fit within using public money for electoral gain, and some of it we would call pork barrelling, some of it we wouldn't. Perhaps some of it has to do with when it's made in an electoral cycle. I don't know. But when we look at Section 209 and it's got those exemptions where it's an announcement of public policy, which I imagine is, everyone gets out there and says, we'll build this new school in this electorate if we form government, or the promise of public action. A promise of public action, does it need to be, I guess, a public promise of public action, or can it be a private promise of public action?
I think it's a legal question that I don't think we could be in a position to answer.
Yeah, okay. Can you imagine, or has there been, I guess, any previous cases where we've looked at, under Section 209, the idea of, or is there even, policy guidance or any kind of guidance you've ever put out that talks about how to be careful around that? Because I can imagine if you are going around saying to people, oh, look, if my party gets elected, I'll give you $100,000, that could very easily be interpreted or misinterpreted as being something that's a vote buying exercise. So how do we, I guess, where is the line, and how do political parties make sure that they're not falling foul of it?
That example doesn't really sound anything like public policy or public action.
And if I could add to that, perhaps what I'll take on notice, have we ever put out anything that is as guidance? I might take that on notice if I could, to check if there's ever been any public guidance related to this. I'm not aware of any. I'm not aware of any that we've issued in, or not of course since I've been there, but that's only been since December. So I will take on notice if there's ever been any explanation given publicly about how to how political participants should contemplate what that exemption of public act or declaration of public policy might be. It is, I think, fair to say it's a broad exemption from the offence provision. But I will see whether or not we've ever put out anything that might serve as a guidance. As I said, I'm not aware that we have.
Another scenario that's been posited, but I'll be clear to say has not been certainly not proven or substantiated by this committee, but there has been a supposition that some of these payments were, or some of these grant amounts were being proposed to community groups in return for some sort of quid pro quo. So whether it was access to a forum where people could talk to a particular group of voters, or in one case, perhaps the suggested and unproven quid pro quo is that there was some sort of, you help us campaign and you may get this money. And in another case, it was, these are all reported in the media, again, unsubstantiated, was the idea that if you were to give a particular organisation money, then that organisation would stand, have photos with you and say, vote for this person ahead of the election, even if it wasn't explicit that there was an implicit quid pro quo. Would that sort of scenario concern you from a Section 209 perspective?
I think there's a number of different potential scenarios that you outlined there. I think that I might just give the answer that we would ordinarily give in this situation, which is that we would have to look at each scenario separately and consider, in light of our compliance enforcement and prosecution policies, whether that particular fact situation merited us going any further, or considering whether the specific or allegation that there'd been some benefit, I suppose, bestowed on the candidate that's beyond a general approval of their community, would warrant us thinking about the electoral bribery offence, because I think each of those could be quite different, and we would have to potentially think about, not that any of those necessarily raise it, but we would, we could also think about whether or not there'd been any electoral funding element to those additional activities that the recipient of the promise, if you like, has received. So I think we would look at it from both those angles, but I wouldn't like to say that any of those particularly concern me. I think we would just have to look at that each scenario to check that it was, in our view, compliant with what the existing law is.
Okay, I guess one of the reasons that I was very keen on this inquiry being established was to then have recommendations that would guide the next election. And I think it would be good to have a set of guardrails, I guess, to make sure that a party doesn't fall foul of 209, and thinking about what it could do, or what every party could do, to make sure that it is all sort of very, very clearly above board. Are you in a position, even on notice perhaps, to come back with any sort of input into what those recommendations might look like in terms of just ensuring that that sort of allegation can't be made in the future, I guess?
Yes, I can take it on notice. I think our answer would need to consider there are policy questions there about to what extent the question of to what extent it is appropriate for all political participants to make promises in order to attract people to their cause is something that is not something that the Electoral Commission itself would probably wish to comment on. I think what we would always prefer is that there was as little ambiguity as possible in the relevant offence provisions, and that those provisions keep up with, remain current, where they are fit for purpose in the relation to the current campaigning activity that we may be required to administer. So as long as the legislation is as clear as it can be, we will administer that, of course, according to that legislation, rather than, I wouldn't think I would like to comment on what type of conduct should in fact be prohibited, or where the line is in relation to promises that are made that are obviously in order relating to financial or other similar gain that are
and I guess what I'm
voting.
More interested in is not you saying where that line is, but perhaps I'd like us to be able to make some recommendations that sort of inform best practice to, things like making it very transparent or open. I guess it's, maybe these things are quite obvious, but so that it's all very clear exactly what is happening and what arrangements there are.
Well, perhaps what we could take on notice is that we would offer some views on what, if there were to be amendments, what ones might be operationally feasible for us to administer, bearing in mind that these things need to sometimes be administered during election campaigns, and so there is that added aspect of time as well.
Thank you. This question's a little theoretical, but bear with me. Well, not theoretical, maybe philosophical, but a lot of the existing laws appear to be very much based around the idea of the sort of old, what I would call the old two-party system. The electoral landscape or the party landscape has changed over the last 20-odd years. The idea of a party being able to say, or a candidate being able to say, I may not get elected, but if my party is elected into government, these things will come into your area by my say so, in a landscape where there are independents and minor parties who are not going to form government and don't have that same sort of control, I guess, over resources. Has that sort of changing landscape been considered, to your knowledge, in any of the sort of calls for reform of our electoral laws, or is it something that has played a role, particularly in determining whether something is well, maybe not pork barrelling from in the area of your expertise, but even, I guess, currying favour for votes?
Not to my knowledge, that hasn't been an issue that's I've come across in any way.
It's interesting. Oh, thank you. I thought I would posit it.
Yeah.
I'm just conscious, Mr. Emmett, did you have anything that you wanted to add to any of those answers?
Really, only this, that the exception in subsection 4 is very vague, and it would be highly desirable for it to be more specific in terms of defining what is meant by public policy and public action in those circumstances. As the Commissioner says, it really is a question of policy as to how far you go. It may well be the Commission can give some indications to the difficulties that it would have in administering such a provision, but it really does require perhaps the same philosophical thought that you're referring to decide just what the extent of the exception should be. It clearly needs some tidying up. The fact that you've got this committee is perhaps the best example or best explanation for the need to be more specific as to what how far the exception is intended to go.
Thank you. And Mr. Bergeron, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Nothing else to add.
Okay. Thank you. That's been very useful. I will hand over to the government.
Thank you all for appearing. I might just get you to tease out where we stand currently and where we might go in this sort of world that was just been articulated, whereby I mean, the problem I see with a lot of this stuff is that where do you draw the line, and how difficult it would be for the Electoral Commission to be put in a situation where effectively you could be circumscribing the democratic process to the point where candidates might say, I would love to be able to deliver X, Y, Z, but I can't actually promise anything because I would fall foul of the Electoral Act. I mean, I just hope we're not going into that territory. But my question, I guess, is that under your current jurisdiction, and I think, Ms McCallum, you referred to it before in respect of donations from developers in particular. Can you just walk us through where that line's drawn at the moment in terms of your jurisdiction?
Yes. Well, in brief, there are prohibited donations that cannot be made, which I think is what you're referring to there. And then in relation more generally, there are caps on donations, and there are disclosure requirements in relation to donations, and donations are have the definition of a donation specifically excludes some things, but in effect it's a disposition of a gift that's involves a disposition of property is at its most general, but there is a longer definition in the Act. So our jurisdiction, there are in the electoral funding jurisdiction, there are, as you're all aware, there are registration requirements, and then there are ongoing disclosure requirements in relation to those donations, and the Commission has a compliance and enforcement function in relation to both meeting those disclosure obligations and from time to time determining whether a donation has been unlawfully made or received.
So that is very much an effort to stem or eliminate the direct pecuniary benefit of someone seeking to gain financial advantage, i.e. a developer, by giving money
to a political party for certain outcomes that would favour their financial interests. How do you compare that to this scheme, which was a $400,000 per electorate suite of promises that were to be delivered post-election based on those promises for every single electorate, regardless of political persuasion? Do you have a view on that? I mean, it seems to me as though some of the questioning was trying to blur the lines between what we've got now and what happened in that last election. They're completely different universes in my mind. I just wanted to get the view of the Electoral Commission on that.
Well, perhaps my colleagues could add to this if they wish to, but perhaps I'll start by saying I wasn't meaning to draw similarities between the actual promises made and prohibited donations. That wasn't what I was intending.
I wasn't suggesting you were. I was suggesting that some of the questioning previously might have tried to conjoin those two different worlds.
Yes, I don't see right now. I don't see any specific link there to the donations regulation scheme that we have right now. My earlier reference to electoral funding was merely more in relation to one of the fact scenarios that was about what people might do in recipients of those promises, or beneficiaries of those promises might do in response to that. So I don't see any particular alignment between the promises that are made by candidates in this scheme or more broadly, and the political donation, the prohibited donors.
So are you aware of are there any other jurisdictions where your analogous oversight and enforcement bodies, in other words, electoral commissions elsewhere, where they actually have the power to delimit election promises based on perceived conflicts? Like, are there any other jurisdictions that are doing this now?
I'll take on notice the aspect that relates to electoral funding, if I may. If you mean more broadly, are there jurisdictions which look at campaign promises? Yes, there are. The ACT and South Australia both have a truth in advertising schemes. So from that angle, yes, they are looking at. They do have jurisdiction, rather, over the content of promises that are made during campaigns, and so in that respect, they do.
But in the hypothetical situation where that was applied in New South Wales, this particular program wouldn't have fallen foul of the truth in advertising, would it?
Well, it would always depend on how that would draft it, but not. It doesn't immediately strike me that it would, because of it's an election promise which is not necessarily false. It is or demonstrably false. So it is difficult to see how that would fall foul of any. But it would depend on how it was drafted, of course. But I would think it would be difficult for any electoral commission to say at the point in time that a promise was made to fund a particular project or to build a particular bridge, etc., that those things were not truthful at the time.
Anything to add, Mr. Emmett? Or?
Only in relation to that last point.
Yep.
It's a question that arises in relation to consumer protection legislation. A promise is not of itself false. It might be broken, but it won't be false unless at the time when the promise is made, the promisor has no intention of fulfilling it. And hence the consumer protection legislation has a deeming provision that says if you make a statement about the future, it's deemed to be false unless you have good grounds for making the statement that it will happen in the future. So truth in advertising is a difficult, really difficult question as a matter of policy. I don't know how it works in South Australia or the ACT, other than the previous commissioner reported to the New South Wales Commission that his information from his counterparts in the other states indicated that it took a great deal of time without achieving a great deal. But that's always the problem in trying to deal with these things in the short space of an election campaign. The only other observation I'd make is in relation to the comments about developers. In a sense, the prohibition on developers is based on an assumption which might be right or it might be wrong, namely that developers give money only in order to get a return back. There may be any number of other people who make gifts in the expectation that it's going to be returned. It may well be that one way of amending the provision is to go through and say how many people have an interest in government doing something if they're elected. In the sense the whole community does.
Indeed.
And that's the difficulty you have. As I said in answer to the chair's, when addressing the chair, the question really does depend upon adding some more flesh to the skeleton of subsection 4. That the exemption, just how far as a matter of policy does the Parliament think the exception should go. It leaves a great deal for flesh to be put on by a judge who's hearing a prosecution under section 209, or a court of disputed returns who hears an application to set aside or to declare an election invalid because of contravention of section 209.
But going back to your first point about the truth in advertising lens, if you would apply that to this program where lumps of $400,000 were promised to various projects in every electorate across the state, then delivered, could hardly be seen as falling foul of a truth in advertising lens, could it?
Probably not. No, it's as long as at the time when the promises were made, the promisors, the party or the individuals who made the promises, had a reasonable basis for expecting that the promises could be fulfilled if the government were elected. And as I say, that's really the problem with a promise, as distinct from a statement of fact. One hears commentators talking about politicians lying because they've broken a promise, but to break a promise is not to lie. It might be dishonourable, but it's not a lie to promise to do something if you intend to do it, and then for whatever reason change your mind.
Yeah. Mr. Berrigan?
Nothing else to add.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. Thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions, that brings this session to a close. Thank you so much for coming and offering your expertise. It's been very useful. To the extent that there were questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions, then the committee secretariat will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, great. And we're on. Excellent, thank you. I now welcome our next witness. Thank you very much for attending. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Sure. My name is Lyndall Howison. I was the Labor candidate during the 2023 state election in the seat of Ryde. I I'm currently a councillor on Ryde Council. The oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Did you want to start with a short opening statement?
No, I think I'm happy to go to questions.
Great. We'll start with the opposition.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Howison, for coming today. The Korean Cultural Centre in Eastwood, you committed $400,000 to that during the election. Who did you discuss that proposal with during the or in the lead up to you making that funding announcement?
And just to clarify, when the announcement was made, it wasn't called the Korean Cultural Centre, it was called the Cultural Centre. It is the site that was planned for the Cultural Centre was in what we now call Koreatown in Eastwood, or Rose Street East. In the lead up to the council election, I discussed that idea with former councillor, now federal MP Jerome Laxale, and a councillor, someone who was councillor at the time, Bernard Purcell. So they'd been both involved with this idea, which was a project that was in the council's halls and facilities strategy and had been sitting there for several years without any funding and kind of prioritisation under the current leadership of the council, and proposed that this quantum of funds could be quite significant in terms of pushing that project forward, because it had been on the council's books in terms of being part of a long-term strategy, but it hadn't been pushed forward in recent years.
Thank you for that. And in terms of the local small commitments program generally, you obviously put forward one project, which was for the full amount, the full 400,000.
Mm-hmm.
Did you then have to communicate that to somebody for approval from, say, Labor head office or from the leader of the opposition's office at the time?
Yes, but I didn't do that personally. That would have been done probably by my campaign manager.
Right.
I know that it went into that sort of general approval process, but it wasn't a process that I managed personally.
And the project has now been essentially knocked out. Why is that?
I'm really disappointed to see that project has been knocked out, essentially. And I would reiterate that the project existed in a long-term strategy that the council published in 2019, and it still does. That the halls and facilities strategy still exists on the council's website, and a cultural centre, a cultural facility in Rose Street East is named in that strategy as being a future facility for the City of Ryde. There are a couple of reasons, and from the earliest days, the current leadership and CEO or senior managers of council were not supportive of the announcement. Those people are different to the ones who were the leadership at the time when the project received actually unanimous support in 2019 when that strategy was endorsed by council. The resolution passed unanimously. So the people who are currently in the majority of the council, some of them voted for the strategy that included that project. I think it's fallen out of favour for political reasons, unfortunately. And there's documentation that shows that initially council CEO applied for the funds to be put into general use on the basis that the project wasn't part of the council's operational plan, which doesn't really make sense to me personally, because a project would never be in a council's operational plan if it didn't have an identified funding source. And the purpose of my announcement was to provide funds to a project that did not have an identified funding source. And later, in the subsequent application, the word construction was included in the application, and demonstrably $400,000 is not enough money to construct a cultural centre. So I can't explain why the application was framed in that way.
So in terms of that, when you made the commitment for $400,000 for the cultural centre.
Yes.
You knew that it would never be enough to actually build the cultural centre, and certainly it wouldn't be built within 2 years, which was part of the program's guidelines, was that it had to be delivered within a 2-year time frame. So why did you make that announcement if you knew that it was never going to be enough money, and certainly not within the time frame that it needed to be delivered in?
The announcement was for planning and design of the cultural centre. So we were always very clear in the formal documentation. I'm happy to table the letter that was published at the time of the announcement, which says that the government, Min's Labor government, will fund the planning work needed for the project. So $400,000 for planning and design.
This is a little bit misleading, though, isn't it? In your social media post on the 17th of May 2023, you say, "That's why I'm so proud that a Min's Labor government will build a new cultural community centre in Eastwood." You make it sound like you're going to build the cultural community centre in this. You're aware of this?
I'm aware of that, yes. It's March, not May.
Yeah, 17 March 2023.
I've already got it, actually.
I
looks
can
like,
table it if you need it. Or
that's the letter that I was going to table, not the social media post. That social media post, I think, could be more precisely worded, and I think with the benefit of hindsight, it would have been more clearly stated, but the formal correspondence about the project was very clear that the funds were for planning and design. And I think in the graphic, it's clearly stated $400,000 for planning and design. That social media post was produced by the central communications team and not produced by myself or the sort of local campaign team. So I don't actually recall seeing it before the election.
You were leading the Korean community locally into believing that they were going to get a new community centre built by the Min's government, knowing that $400,000 was never going to be enough, certainly not within the 2-year time frame, and then not clearly explaining that it was merely for planning and development. Isn't that a fair assertion of what happened during the election campaign?
I think you'll forgive me for not accepting that that's a fair assertion. The formal correspondence is very clear that the $400,000 for planning and design, it's about moving the project forward and making a statement of support and commitment for that project. And the people in the room when the announcement was made were very clear that this was a necessary first step. It was a necessary precursor. Currently the site that's in question, which is a council-owned site, car park, has been constructed with the necessary foundations to allow for this future extension, but it had never been progressed since the car park was finalised. So we wanted to move it forward and we wanted to get the height restrictions adjusted, so we committed $400,000 for planning and design.
Can I just ask, Ms Howson, you referenced the graphic in the social media post.
Yeah.
I mean, it very clearly says in the graphic, vote one Labor for a new cultural centre in Eastwood. So I appreciate what you said about it maybe not being worded as well in hindsight, but to me that looks like a clear vote for us and you will get this cultural centre, when in reality you never had the money to build the cultural centre, did you?
The commitment we were making was for planning and design.
Right, but it doesn't say vote one Labor for planning and design for a new cultural centre. Like, I think that's very misleading to the average punter who would see that on your social media.
I think the wording is directly underneath $400,000 for planning and design. The statement that we will build it was a statement of intent. I acknowledge that it could be more...
But you had no funding. You had intent but no money to build.
We had funds to achieve to deliver the planning and design, and that was always the intention.
But not for... You didn't have money for capital to actually build the centre, just to be clear.
And who authorised this?
Sorry, can you just... Right, just for Hansard. Did you have capital money to build the centre?
We had $400,000 part of the local Small Commitments Allocation, and we committed to fund the planning and design.
Okay, but there was no capital money to build the actual centre.
One point I'd make about that is that the budget is still unclear for that. So there's a number in the more recent correspondence from the CEO about how much it would cost to build.
I appreciate that. But as the candidate before the last election, your $400,000 was for planning. It was not for capital delivery. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
And who authorised this particular social media post that was eventually put up?
It would have been the central campaign team.
And was anybody connected to this particular project, a donor towards your local campaign in Ryde?
Not directly and not in any significant way that I know of. And so I couldn't guarantee that nobody who was connected to this campaign donated to the campaign, but there was certainly no nexus between the announcement and any donation.
Thank you, Ms. Howson. So just to finish off on that, just so that I'm clear as well. So I understand that the council have ended up saying that it will cost about $15 million to build. Is that correct?
That is correct. An earlier number from 2019 is 3.8 million. So I appreciate, obviously, that we have been through a significant period of inflation and that construction costs have been elevated. But the reality is that we don't know how much it would cost to construct it at that moment, and we wouldn't know until we did the planning and design process.
So when the project was knocked back, I understand because of the amount of time it would take was the main reason why it was knocked back. Is that correct? Do you know?
I think it's still unclear. And I know that the council CEO from the earliest days said, I would prefer not to fund this project and move it forward, despite the fact that it's in the strategy. And so later, when there was a council resolution, again, a universal council resolution to support reapplying for these funds, that the letter was different to the actual funding application. So the letter said planning and design, and the funding application included the word construction.
Okay.
And so demonstrably $400,000 is not enough to construct a cultural centre. I know that, and I think everybody that views the communication understands that as well.
I'm just looking at a letter from the Premier's Department to Council to the Chief Executive Officer of 28 November 2023, and I could table this if relevant.
Okay.
But it just says, I'm writing in relation to the Council of the City of Ryde's submission under the Local Small Commitments Allocation Program of $400,000 for investigation and construction of a cultural community centre on top of the Rouse Street East car park. It then says that they've reviewed the submission to determine it does not meet the eligibility criteria because all projects must be able to be delivered within 2 years.
Right.
So that was the reason for it getting rejected then.
Yeah.
I understand you're now on council.
Yes.
Has there been further movements to try and reapply since 28 November 2023 for this money?
No, to my knowledge, the strong preference on the part of the current CEO and the Mayor is for the funds to be untied, to be general for parks and community facilities.
Yeah.
And I recused myself from a vote on that because I have a conflict of interest in relation to that.
Okay, so does that mean that your council, though, will get the full 400,000?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is then something quite different to what was originally proposed. If the election commitment was for a project,
yeah,
and the guidelines are for a particular project, but now we have this. It seems like we have this other category of unallocated money, which is still allocated towards the council. Is that your understanding?
Yeah. So the council will get those funds, or I think, because there's a slight difference between the border of the state electorate and the LGA, that there's a slight difference in the quantum of the funds, but I don't know exactly what the number is.
Okay.
And that will be at the council's discretion how those funds are dispersed.
Okay, so it sounds like it has gone into that sort of unallocated pool then if you're not getting the full 400,000. Okay,
yeah.
That's good because that's then in accordance with our understanding of how the program's supposed to work.
Yes.
So can you tell me, are you aware of when you were first told as a candidate or when your campaign was told that you had access to this 400,000 that you could decide where to allocate?
I couldn't give you the date, but I do recall that it was quite close to the time when we needed to identify the project.
Yeah.
So there was a process of planning and discussion, but it was quite condensed.
And do you remember if there was any guidelines given to you by the campaign team or head office at that point to guide what sort of projects you could be allocating it to?
I don't know. I'm not aware, and I'm pretty confident in saying that I didn't cite them personally. So my involvement was as a candidate at a higher level, the idea rather than the detail.
Okay. Do you recall a campaign sort of meeting being held where it was discussed what to do with the funds?
Yeah. I think it was by phone,
Yep.
and the people that I've previously mentioned were involved. And not many ideas actually were floated, and that was the main one. And there was a shared desire to do something in Eastwood in relation to community infrastructure, which is a really acute need in that area. So Eastwood is a fantastically vital commercial and retail centre that is woefully underserved in relation to community infrastructure, and everybody knows that, and there's a really wide demand to see that rectified. So it seemed like a really obvious project. Let's push this one that's been a bit neglected, that's been on the council's books for a long time. Let's push it forward and get the planning and design done, and then at least we can start applying for grants from other levels of government with a design, with the necessary height restrictions adjusted. So it would not be legal at this time to apply for funds for that cultural centre because there is a height restriction in place in the LEP that prevents it. So the planning and design was a necessary precursor to any other funding.
Okay, got it. And sorry to labour, I'm just trying to get the timeline.
That's
So
right.
then the decision was made to go ahead with that project, which sounds incredibly worthy. And you then, did you have to then take that back to head office before the announcement was made, or?
I believe so, yeah, but
Yeah.
I wasn't directly involved with those conversations.
Okay, so you think that probably happened though, someone went and did that and then there was approval and
Yep.
then the decision was made to go ahead and announce?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any, I guess after the election then, was there any further contact with you from the Premier's office to try and get details about the
There were one or two conversations. I was made aware by Cherie Burton that the CEO had said that they didn't want the funds, which was really disappointing because I still think that the project has merit and that getting the planning and design done would push it forward and would allow us to apply for funds for the construction. So I then became aware that there was something of a local campaign. There was a petition that was run by the current state member and one of the councillors on Ryde Council about the announcement, and the headline on that is Fully Fund the Cultural Centre. So there's furious agreement locally that this cultural centre is needed and that funding is needed. I guess there's just a political debate about how that should happen and whether or not the planning and design was a valid announcement during the election.
Yeah. Okay, that's useful. There's been a lot of discussion about the, I guess, supposed similarities between this allocation program and the community benefits program. Is that what it's called?
Community Building Partnership.
Community Building Partnership, sorry. You can tell I'm not a lower house member. Are you aware of that program where each elected member has a process of being able to suggest particular projects every year to the Premier's office, I think, or to whoever it is that administers that, and then that's sort of decided and probity and all the rest of it happens, and then it comes back and it's either approved or not. Okay. Was it ever raised with you as to, I guess, what the current member had been doing with that money, or were you aware of what that...
I've heard of the program, but I wasn't party to any conversations which linked the local small commitments allocations to that program in any way.
Okay, and were there any discussions, I guess, around what you might do if you were elected with that additional money?
No.
No. Okay. Wasn't a consideration. It was more about this sort of 400,000. Okay. I think I'm out of questions. Thank you. I'll go to the government.
Oh, thanks, Chair. And thank you, Ms Howson, for appearing. I just wanted to kind of outline the sequence of events. So at the time when you were the candidate allocating or suggesting this 400,000 for the Korean Cultural Centre, were you a member of council?
No.
No. And so how did you come to the decision that this would be a good project?
Just having been a local resident for more than a decade, I've spent a lot of time in Eastwood, and I've attended events like Lantern Festival events, which take place in the pub next to the car park. And there's no criticism of the manager of the pub who kindly makes this space available for community events, but it's the only place to do it. And so you'll have a K-pop performance and people coming in and out to play the poker machines, which are in the room next door. It's not fit for purpose, and Eastwood is desperately underserved in relation to community space. So this seemed like a great opportunity to push that project forward and to deliver something that, while not being construction, was the basis for funding applications for construction. We could never have applied for any other grants for construction without this step.
We can hardly build a cultural centre if you don't plan to build a cultural centre. Okay?
Correct. And the LEP currently prevents it.
And can we just flesh out this business with the council's controlled by the Liberal councillors, is that right?
Currently.
Can we just flesh this out? So what was your understanding of the nature of the discussions on council and the plans to build this?
Historically, or subsequent to the election?
No, historically.
So there's a sort of universal agreement that Eastwood needs more cultural facilities. There was a halls and facilities strategy that was compiled in 2019, and that included specific reference to community space in Rose Street East, which is the site of the proposed space. At the same time, the council was going ahead with the construction of a council car park. So it had been a tarmac space, council owned, and it now is a multi-level car park, 148 spaces. There was a council report about the opportunity of a future extensions to that building, and council unanimously agreed to allocate an additional $800,000 or $900,000 to ensure that that building could be extended up in future. So building services and specifications to the foundations that allowed for this construction in the future. So that had universal support at the time in 2019. And this more recent, the council's sort of correspondence and motions are somewhat confusing. So I understand that when the CEO initially wrote to the Premier's office and said, we would prefer not to progress this particular project. It doesn't appear in our operational plan, which it couldn't because it wasn't funded. But it doesn't appear in our operational plan. We'd prefer to have untied funds. I understand that letter was sent without the knowledge of the Mayor and the councillors.
Right.
So councillors were concerned about that.
So the General Manager is corresponding with the Premier's Department on a allocation of $400,000 without the knowledge of the Mayor or the councillors?
Correct.
Right.
And then an urgency motion was moved by a Labor councillor, but then this also had unanimous support that the CEO go back to the Premier's office and say, we would like the funds and we would like it for this project. And that resolution also had unanimous support. But at the same time, a mini campaign or a petition was being raised to say that the announcement had been, potentially unclear, and that the Minns government should commit the full funds for the cultural centre's construction, but we still don't know what that number is. Somewhere between $3.9 and $15 million, we think. But we could never have applied for those funds because the current LEP prevents the construction at that site. So yeah, I mean, it's got a sort of long and tortured history, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I was very disappointed with the outcome.
Oh, I can imagine. And so, tell me, in the aftermath, which was that we can't use the subsequent 400,000 then was ineligible for what council subsequently suggested because of the time frame it would take. Then it went to parks and playgrounds.
I believe that's the default.
And what's your knowledge of the member Jordan Lane there? His view of that, has he kind of been supporting it, or is he sort of in favour of it? Has he criticised it? What's the position?
I don't know his position on the result, but in the initial months, he and the Councillor Daniel Hahn launched a petition to, I guess, protest the way that the grant had been announced and seek the full funding.
Okay. I just want to sort of tease out this attempt to portray what you did as a false promise because it was for planning rather than building, which, and as we've said, you actually need to plan for something before you build it. It's fairly standard process. Otherwise, I imagine you'd come up against all sorts of issues. I'm in possession here, which I'll table for the committee. So the member for Port Macquarie, the candidate for Port Macquarie in the recent election is seen here in a photographic with the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Speakman, and the Opposition Minister for Roads, Natalie Ward, will deliver $5 million towards planning and development for Stage 2 of the Oxley Highway upgrade, including Wrights Road.
Yeah, I'll hear the point of order.
Well,
the point of order is that I don't know how this relates at all to the local small commitments allocation, the terms of reference of this inquiry. The Port Macquarie by-election held a couple of weeks ago is absolutely no relevance whatsoever to this inquiry, and I think this question is out of order.
I'll hear.
We heard a number of questions to the Electoral Commission about possible amendments and issues associated with the Electoral Act, not only in relation to this inquiry, but more broadly on issues to do with how the Electoral Commission may or may not seek to change the Electoral Act, particularly the relevance to Section 209. And I think the fact that my colleague here is seeking to also raise matters in relation to this is very appropriate.
And
sorry, I think I've heard enough. Chair. No, I've heard enough to the point of order. I'm going to let you continue. I don't think it's relevant. I think it's just opportunism, but I'm happy for you to ask the question anyway. Please go ahead.
Well, can I address that point, Chair?
Sure.
We have had a direct imputation that the witness somehow bent the truth with respect to a promise of a project. I simply wanted to ask her opinion on whether a directly analogous promise from a Liberal candidate in the recent by-election was similar. And we're not accusing this candidate of doing the wrong thing. It's a direct question to the witness to make an analogy of her situation.
Okay, order. I'll hear that because I think I know where this point of order is coming.
I actually take offence to the suggestion that there was an imputation. If you're referring to the questions that are asked, it was related to a public social media post.
I have been listening very carefully. I did not hear any direct imputation in relation to the candidate, as opposed to potentially a campaign team or someone else doing it.
What was posted on social media publicly?
I think that the Hansard will agree with that. If you want to ask your question, please ask it. You've only got 47 seconds.
Well, Ms. House, I might just table this for the benefit of your perusal so that you can tell me whether or not you think this is a similar sort of thing, which happens ad nauseum during campaigns, and I'll ask that to be printed.
Okay. for future reference, you table by giving the document to the...
Well, I had to have the witness have a look at it so she could give her...
She only has 23 seconds.
Okay.
And I don't think, Mr. Buttigieg, that in any way we promised that we were going to build the Oxley Highway roundabout.
Order. This has become a
completely different.
Okay. Order. No, order. This has become a circus now. We have 7 seconds. Did you have a question?
Well, I've asked the question. Of the
Please, Ms. Howson, do you have a response?
Good luck. Is that the bell?
That's the bell, but you may respond if you wish, but you do not have to.
The intention of the announcement was to move the project forward, to make a clear statement of intent and commitment towards this project by achieving planning and design, which was a necessary precursor for future construction.
Thank you. Apologies for the scrappiness of that last bit of your session, but thank you very much for appearing and giving us the benefit of your experience and insights. To the extent there were questions taken on notice or any supplementary questions, the Committee Secretary will be in touch, but that concludes our session with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Goodness. We good? Excellent. We now welcome our final witness for the day. If I could ask you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name's Geoffrey Watson. I'm principally a barrister. I'm also a director of the Centre for Public Integrity and I'm a director of the Accountability Roundtable. Both organisations are interested in this kind of subject matter. I'm also a teaching fellow at the University of New South Wales, where I teach law. I'll make an affirmation if I may. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And did you want to make a short opening statement?
Thank you, I will. First of all, I need to say something by way of disclosure. I have provided pro bono advice to North West Community Services, which has been in correspondence with this inquiry in relation to statements made about it and members of it by Mr. Williams. I explained to NWCS that I was coming here to give evidence in case they felt there was a conflict. I did not think there was a conflict. They then, in effect, engaged me because I think the price was right. I did it pro bono. I say that now so that anybody can see whether or not they think I've got a conflict. I've thought through it. I'm pretty severe on people at times about that. I don't think there is one. May I then just turn to say a couple of things about the local small commitments allocation. I just noticed the way all of you seem to have it rolling off the tongue. I have trouble with that. But I'm opposed to it and to things like it. And there are two general reasons why I am. When money is to be spent through allocations of this kind, of any kind, large scale, small scale, this was relatively small scale. We've got to remember, no matter how large, no matter how small, it's public money. And this is an imperfect method. This is really effectively my first complaint. An imperfect method of pursuing public policy by allowing ad hoc allocations. We need always to keep in mind that it being public money, it must be for a public purpose. It needs to be put where it's needed and where it will be effective. And the second complaint I would make about it is it's frankly unfair. Only the major parties, the so-called parties of power, are able to make promises of this kind, so that's Labor and the Coalition. The minor parties and independents are denied the opportunity to make promises of this kind because it can't be implemented. I have been very critical here of the Labor Party for introducing and the design of the LSCA, but I'm going to rush to point out that in the past I've been critical of the Coalition for the same sort of thing, and I did hear what Mr Buttigieg introduced into evidence about a promise in the recent election, which is exactly the same sort of problem. Now, here I am raising problems, but you're here looking for solutions. That's harder, but I'm here happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. We're very happy to have you. Your position.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing today and for your...
It's my pleasure, you know. I mean, I'm quite honoured.
Yeah. Well, thank you. One of the sort of arguments put forward in favour of the local small commitments allocation is that every electorate gets the same amount of funding, $400,000, and therefore, by its very nature, it can't be pork barrelling. How would you respond to that?
That's just not right. I thought about it for a while. It still doesn't work because it falls foul of my first complaint about public purpose behind it. But I was thinking, imagine if you redesigned this so that there was a bipartisan agreement or a across the Parliament agreement that before the next state election, every candidate would be able to put forward a $400,000 program. So it might be the Coalition or the Liberal Party in a seat and the Socialist Workers' Party in the same seat, who were putting forward ideas that they think should be funded. That would be better, and that would take away the sting of part of it, but still would not pass the test. That you need a better long-term look and design when you're trying to effect a public purpose by making an allocation.
And in part, it's because this scheme isn't open, it's not competitive. Essentially, it was only Labor candidates that could promise the funding, and that there was essentially no application process. It wasn't a competitive process. Is that one of the concerns that you have about it as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And would you describe this scheme as pork barrelling? And I know everyone's got their own definition, but what is your definition of pork barrelling?
I was so relieved when the Electoral Commissioner said,
they
I'm
didn't
not really sure what it means.
Yeah.
But for years, by the way, I've been trying to tell people who ask me about this, please stop calling it pork barrelling, which makes it sound like it's $20,000 to recarpet the local library. Some of these projects are very large. We've just had about a $5 million promise. This happens federally in hundreds of millions of dollars. I hate the expression pork barrelling. That can mean everything from, quite frankly, a deliberately false promise bordering on criminal conduct, right down to simple gestures where you do tell the local librarian you're going to try and get that $20,000 for the carpet. So I don't like the expression. In the wide definition of that expression, this plainly falls within it.
What about the issue of conflicts of interest? So this is another thing that this committee's had to grapple with, is where candidates have promised funding at an election to community groups that they have some involvement in. Either they might sit on the board of that community group, or they might that community group may have campaigned for them to get elected. What are the concerns that you have around that?
That also cuts both ways, because quite often you'll find that a person who is either a sitting member or a candidate will have local community ties, and so their spouse may be on committees. Well, what happens? Are they immediately excluded? They should be, because you can't deal with conflicts of interest that close to home. So there's always going to be, likely to be, conflicts of interest in a scheme of this kind. By saying that, I'm not trying to trespass on the area in respect of which I gave advice to the North West Community Services.
If you were designing a grant scheme, how would you design it? What are sort of some of the core principles that you would have to ensure that there wasn't this this type of well, I won't use the word pork barrelling since you object too much to it, but misuse of taxpayer funds?
That's what I call it. I call it misuse of public money.
Yeah.
How would I design it? First of all, and I'm living in a dream world, I'm afraid, I would prohibit it being done in the heat of a political campaign, because promises are made where seats are looking more edgy. I'm afraid that happens all the time. So that's one way I'd do it. But also, there are design parameters put in place all around Australia, including federally, which would say, and here, which would say that in terms of allocating funds like this, look at the public policy and define it, then work out where the money is needed, don't send it where it won't work. And these sorts of rules are already there. Could I say, just for example, if this scheme had been around and Labor had said in this particular scheme, we have a particular policy for the reduction of domestic violence or for the rehabilitation of young offenders, I could give you a dozen examples off the top of my head, but we're going to look for grants which would fulfil that public purpose. It's a totally different thing, because here, I'm afraid, it not only encouraged idiosyncratic schemes, but, and I've just sat through some evidence, it may also have been the fact that ideas were being presented to people who weren't in a position to make a proper assessment as the overall costs or its practicability. It's hard.
I'm not sure if you heard the evidence from Procurement Co., which was the organisation that assessed the conflicts of interest. But basically, it was that 17 Labor candidates self-identified a conflict, and that Procurement Co. then assessed the probity risk, whether it was high or medium or low. The concern that I suppose I have is that there was 93 Labor candidates that all were able to allocate $400,000 in election commitments. 17 self-identified a conflict. The other 76 were never went through that probity process. Should they have?
Well, I think if you talk about it now, it already shows that the scheme is fundamentally flawed. If 15% of the people who are allocating the funds are self-identifying with conflicts, but add to it, there'd be some which went unrecognised, and let's be frank about it, there may have been some which were concealed. So you're already talking about a scheme which is just almost set up for conflicts of interest to arise, I'm afraid.
The 76 that haven't gone through that conflict of interest probity process, we can't go back now 2 years and tell them that they should have, but should they go through it now at least, at the very least, to try and make a broken scheme even slightly better?
Well, I'd attack it more fundamentally than that. I just would never allow a scheme like this to raise its ugly head ever again. If you wanted to go back and say why this scheme should never have been launched in the first place, well, I think what's been uncovered about it so far has already been a proper basis for that, I'm afraid. I think it was an error of judgment. I'm not trying to be, by the way, critical of one side over the other. I think I've got a pretty good reputation being critical of everybody.
I get that. Mr. Watson, you weren't our friend when we were in government, so I don't think anyone's saying that you're...
I used to try and explain to people it's because they are in government that I get stuck in it.
Yeah. No, we get that. We've still got the scars to show from your commentary when we were in government. The other issue that's come up is when failed Labor candidates have been part of the process after the election. So whether it's being at announcements or ribbon cuttings or doing social media posts and things like that, is that of any concern?
Of course it is. It just underlines the point that this is not a proper way of allocating money in these circumstances, I'm afraid. It becomes too political.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I think already this is... Oh, hello. We're going to ding lots of times.
All right, I'll go now.
Okay, good. Thank you. This already has been incredibly helpful to hear from you. I think in terms of that definition of what is pork barrelling, I don't like the term either, but I think this idea of using public money to curry favour or using public money for electoral purposes rather than policy purposes, if you're applying that sort of approach, is it hard to see how this can fit within us? I'm scratching my head as to why this ever happened, I guess. Do you, can you see how this could be made into a scheme that does sort of pass the sniff test?
No, I think this one's irredeemable, I'm afraid. I don't think this is a good one at all. But I might say ICAC consulted the really leading people and came out with a very good report on why they felt that at one edge of it, that thing known as pork barrelling could even constitute corrupt conduct. And it's a very good report. Genuine experts gave evidence to ICAC about that. They didn't ask me. And so I'd recommend you have a look at that. It's obviously, at its extreme edge, just completely inappropriate. But I don't like it, full stop.
I'm with you. The Section 209 concerns that I was raising before, I guess I'm interested in how we take this from simple, it doesn't pass the sniff test, and I think it distorts democracy or the outcomes of, has the potential to distort the outcomes of elections. But is there an actual something that we can point to say this is already in the law as to why we shouldn't do this again?
It's not in the law. Justice Emmett was one of the best judges I ever appeared before. I appeared before him many times. It's kind of a bit scary sitting behind him because he might ask me a question. He explained to you that Section 209, subsection 4, when you read it, you could drive a truck through it. And because it's a penal provision in nature, Section 209, you construe it strictly so as not to create an offence where there isn't one. And when it includes an exception within it, you construe that broadly so that everything favours it being inoperative in anything but an extreme case. I can't even think of a case which would fit within Section 209 in the area of what we normally call pork barrelling, which wouldn't also be, I think, a breach of other provisions of the Crimes Act. When you're bribing somebody, for example. It's not working at the moment. I said to you, I'll come along and do a lot of whinging, and you're looking for solutions. Justice Emmett went on to say, obviously, subsection 4 needs some tweaking. Could I just make a comment? That's 100% true, but all election laws, electoral laws are like that, especially election funding laws. You should treat them like a taxing act. Every time a problem arises, you look at solving the problem. Well, here there is a problem. You could refer this issue out to experts, and I might say, I would expect if you were doing it, the Centre for Public Integrity might be one of them, to say, what do you think could be put in there? Now, these sort of civil society organisations, a bunch of do-gooders, I know for a fact, they would like to contribute to assist this if you are determined to try and reduce or eliminate pork barrelling.
Something you said at the beginning where you said, potentially this would be better if every candidate was able to put forward their ideas for how that $400,000 should be spent. Since 2009, there has been a grants program available in each electorate where the person who does win the election has a chance once every year for 4 years to suggest community groups who might
I think it's called a community partnership or something.
One. Yeah,
that's good.
And it's $100,000. So it's effectively $400,000. So you could have a candidate who goes out and says, if I was to win election and I was able to, I would put forward these things as part of that and do the application process. What is your view of that program?
I don't mind that because the sums are small, bear that in mind. Across the whole of New South Wales, it's stacking up to only about $40 million. Gee, times have changed when you say only $40 million, but in any event, I'll stick with it. It's not a huge amount of money, and it does actually mean that there's some engagement between the community and their local member. It again is unfair because it's rewarding incumbency. But that said, I think that's kind of a nice idea. And I don't think you could do it in a campaign to say that over my 4 years I'm going to allocate it here, there and everywhere because, golly, the last 8 weeks in America have shown us that things move very quickly, don't they? But I don't mind that.
But the difference here then for you is what is the main differences then between that program and the LSCA, if you could spell that out for us.
It's the fact that it happens during an election campaign.
Yep. Do you think that the guidelines that were put in place in July, so 3 months after the election, and then all of this subsequent sort of analysing of the different projects and the rejection of some of them, do you think that has cured the ills?
Well,
of
no,
the
you
scheme?
can never cure the ills, but I tell you what, I think that those guidelines were pretty good. I thought they were very well done. It was a problem, and then there's been a retrofitted solution, if you like. And I think that they did a very good job with that.
3.2 of those guidelines talks about it has to be a project that was committed during the election, and we've heard evidence that that has been satisfied by the production of a list that came from, we don't know actually, somewhere to the Premier's office and then handed to the people who were doing the allocation assessment. What do you make of that particular aspect? Do you think
Isn't that another problem? I mean, if, by the way, the promises are vague, or, as I can see the suggestion will be made in some instances, overstated, what is it? When you write that list, you can't really just put on it the Koreatown Community Centre because there was something specific in mind that was going to be the subject of the allocation. So it really gets a bit awkward if you've just got a label, a tag or a name on something rather than a bit more detail. But it's coming back to what I see as a problem, so I'm not really easily persuaded.
Would you have expected, at least for those guidelines to, in order to be satisfied, for someone to have gone back and looked at an email or some sort of written record?
Yep.
Yeah, of the actual, rather than just a list.
The problem that you're telling me about this clause 3.2 is one I did not pick up. I'm sorry. But I did think that the general guidelines were good, but that's an obvious problem.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, I guess it's it's one of those things.
I don't spend all my private time looking at those guidelines, I want to assure you.
Yeah. In terms of the conflicts of interest and the discussion we were having with the probity advisors about that, it seems to me that that sort of perception of conflict of interest and the way that that impacts on people's perceptions of politics wasn't really taken into account. Is that something you would ordinarily expect to be taken into account?
Oh, well, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. I shouldn't be rude and say of course. Yes. But could I just make the point that it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy because you know the importance of a local member, particularly in state parliament, is to know the community and to know the community leaders, and you're almost certain to have dealings, good, bad or indifferent, with those community leaders. And I say, you might have your broader family, your spouse, your children, your brother-in-law, involved in the local cricket club.
Yeah. Thank you. Government.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Watson, for appearing. I've got to be brutally honest, as someone who's been involved in election campaigns for 30 years, hearing some of this, I feel like I'm in some sort of parallel universe. I mean, it would be highly unremarkable, I would have thought, that a local candidate seeking to differentiate him or herself from their opponents would be able to make promises on the basis of a public benefit. For example, if you're in an electorate where the sitting member hadn't been able to deliver a upgrade to a park for 20 years that the community have been crying out, and as the local representative of the area, you happen to make a promise based on this amount that you're able to allocate, isn't that a democracy functioning?
Look, Mr. Buttigieg, I'm a dreamer, not a fool. Of course I know you're right. And we're going to see it this week. We're going to see twice this week people stand up in the federal parliament and say things which have more than a little attention being paid to events which will come in a month or so. Of course, that's the real world. I'm trying to eliminate it in its most obvious form, which are those heat of the election campaign spirited promises. If, for example, when you were talking about these matters as a matter of policy, that should be a matter for the government or for the front bench of the opposition to declare. But I'm absolutely agree with you. If you've got, white versus black parties, and one's promising the upgrade to the local park, of course they want to differentiate themselves that way and do good things for their local community. I'm not trying to cut that out. I just think this one crossed the line, I'm afraid.
So in terms of that qualitative comparison with previous programs, I mean, I'd been involved in many, many election campaigns where it was blatantly obvious that one side of politics was promising outcomes on the basis that they were elected. This particular program said, even if I don't get elected, this will be delivered, so that the incumbent politicians still got the benefit from it. So in terms of a graduated improvement from where we are in this imperfect world to your perfect world, isn't this scheme better than previous ones?
I agree. I always thought that was a very good twist, if you like, to what I saw as a problematic scheme. But I do agree that's a beauty.
Yeah, because you've got this is operating at two different levels, I guess. The philosophical view that, for example, we should fund as much education of our population as we can, and that's a matter of policy that the two parties can differentiate between and allocate money accordingly. But then you've got these local issues which the community is screaming out for, and it seems to me candidates should have the wherewithal to have some say over that.
What say a party going into the election had said, one of our matters that we're going to deliver is this. If we are elected to Parliament, we're going to create a scheme so that your local member of Parliament, we don't care what party they're from, but each of them will then be given $400,000 to do it. That's quite different to giving somebody $400,000 to promise before the votes are taken. That's what I don't like about it. Now, again, how do you police that? That's why we have an electoral commission. Aren't we lucky we have one, by the way?
Well, I mean, it's in the scenario you're painting, it would be quite unusual and strange, I would have thought, for a political party to say, look, you can go and promise money that we will have control over if we're elected to government, therefore you've got the same political advantage of us. I mean, we want to be elected. That side of politics does it. We do it too. It's all part of isn't that part of the democratic process to compete?
Yeah, sure, but wouldn't that might make it attractive if the Black Party said, we're going to devise a scheme under which whoever is elected, wherever they come from, has got the $400,000. Once they're elected, they're going to consult with their own communities, and these small grants are going to go out where they can be most effective.
Which was kind of what this did, because if the hypothecated 400 was not allocated as part of the LCSA, then it went into parks and playgrounds to be allocated by council, and the local member had to be consulted.
Yeah, so I like that aspect of it as well. But then you have another problematical matter, which is, and I am not being critical of Ms. Howson at all, but that was a single $400,000 promise. Didn't seem to me to be in the same spirit as the idea, where I did see that some of these things which I looked at did seem to be $50,000 grants here or there for some specific organisation which was doing good in a community. I like those ones better than, say, one large one. But I hear what you say. The idea of a local member of Parliament communicating with their electorate members and hearing what they want and what they need, who's going to argue with that? It's a fantastic idea. I just didn't like this scheme.
Okay, that's all from me.
No, nothing. Do you have any other questions?
Does that mean I get a fail if I didn't use up the allocated time?
Well, feel free. You can tell us. You could spend 2 minutes and 18 seconds telling us anything.
The floor's yours.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, it was very comprehensive. Thank you. To the extent questions were taken on notice or there may be supplementary questions, the Committee Secretariat will be in touch. But that does conclude our hearing for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.